Chapter 662. Gao Qingxiang immediately changed the light. Sure enough, it became a little brighter in front of him, and he could see further. Gao Qingxiang thought carefully about Gao Qiao's words. It was very normal, as if she was just reminding him to change the light when driving, but why did it feel so meaningful? Gao Qiao murmured, "Our Gao family has disciples in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades who are studying. How many of them can participate in tomorrow's meeting?" Gao Qingxiang smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid not. They didn't even enter the top 10 in their respective classes. How can they participate in this battle?" Gao Qiao said indifferently, "I don't expect them to participate. I just want them to understand that since they don't have the ability, they should establish the position of weaklings in their hearts early on. Otherwise, they will be unconvinced and cause trouble that can't be resolved. The current Gao family can't withstand any more storms." Gao Qingxiang said, "It can't be, right?" Gao Qiao's eyes became cold. She said indifferently, "Now, many people still can't see the situation clearly. They still think that Fenghai's Gao family is still the top family in Fenghai and can still look down on the world. This kind of mentality must be put to an end. If necessary, I will use my identity as the family's proxy arbitrator to punish a few people." She said indifferently, "For example, Gao Junlong." Gao Qingxiang was silent like a cicada in winter. Gao Junlong was the current #1 genius of the Gao family. He was currently a 4th grade student in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy. He was proud and arrogant, and felt that the family's act of defecting to Zuoxiao Duo was a great humiliation. He had said more than once that the family elder was old and muddle-headed, and that he believed in strange things like demonists bewitching people. Gao Qingxiang could only sigh in his heart. The more he interacted with this cousin of his, the more he understood what kind of person she was. Especially now that she had just taken over the family's power and was eager to establish her power. When a new broom sweeps clean, Gao Junlong jumped out and gave Gao Qiao a chance to establish her power. However, in the hearts of Zuoxiao Duo and Li Chenglong, this matter was considered differently. "Zuo, what do you think?" Li Chenglong asked. Zuoxiao Duo pondered for a moment and said, "It's reasonable for Gao Qiao to say this. Right now, her position overlaps with ours. She's thinking for us as well as for herself. The current situation is clear. As long as there are people of the same realm who challenge us, the two of us will be the first to bear the brunt. Those who have to go on the field, try your best to ensure victory." Li Chenglong nodded. "Yes. Gao Qiao isn't here to remind us of the continent's honor and disgrace, nor is she here to remind us of the battle at the border. Instead, she is reminding us that after this battle, the two of us will have a very high chance of entering the eyes of the higher-ups." Zuoxiao Duo said soberly. Li Chenglong slapped his thigh. "Exactly." Zuoxiao Duo pondered for a moment and said, "Swollen, what do you think?" Li Chenglong thought about it seriously for a long time before he said, "First, we definitely can't lose." Zuoxiao Duo nodded. That was for sure. If he lost, it would be too embarrassing. "But we can't win too happily." Li Chenglong grinned and said, "What's our cultivation level now? No matter how talented and dazzling we are still 2 primordial core cultivators. When primordial core cultivators go to the battlefield, they will at most be foot soldiers. When nascent soul cultivators go to the battlefield and join the suicide squad, they will have a chance to win an official position, just like Teacher Qin. But Teacher Qin wasn't only unafraid of death back then, he was afraid of not dying. Just like the old saying, if you don't fear the dead, how can you fear death? It's probably because of this mentality that Teacher Qin miraculously survived and even became one of the top 10 fugitives. But we can't. Li Chenglong moved closer to Zuoxiao's ear. Now that we have entered the eyes of the higher-ups, the chances of cultivation resources, training grounds, and territory will increase a lot. But with that, the danger will also increase a lot. With our small bodies now, how can we withstand that kind of training? Isn't that right, Zuo? Zuoxiao Duo thought deeply. So we have to win, but we can't win too easily. We just have to work a little harder than others, and get lucky a little, and that's enough. Li Chenglong whispered, Of course we have to enter the eyes of the higher-ups, but we can't enter with the attitude of a peerless genius. Instead we should fight steadily and surely, and be careful. A gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. Zhuoxiao Duo was overjoyed. Swollen's analysis is reasonable. Let's do as you say. Safety first, safety first. Everything else is just an external matter. It's not important, not important. Zhuoxiao Duo originally had this plan. Now Li Chenglong's advice made him more determined to develop his strength in a wretched way. Li Chenglong was proud. How can I not know what you are thinking? But we are the same kind of people. That's what we all think. Zhuo, what do you think is the best time for us to come out of seclusion? Li Chenglong wasn't without fantasies. Which man didn't fantasize about suddenly becoming famous and awe-inspiring in the 3 continents? Zhuoxiao Duo rubbed his bald chin and pondered. Li Chenglong rubbed his bald head and pondered. After a long time, Zhuoxiao Duo probed, what do you think of the Sky-Soar realm? Is it safe enough? Li Chenglong was startled. I think the profound returning realm is enough. Profound returning realm won't do. Profound returning realm won't do. Zhuoxiao Duo shook his head. I don't know what realm is above the Sky-Soar realm. Maybe a higher realm will be safer. Li Chenglong was stunned and speechless for a long time. Do you want to cultivate? No, right now. Tomorrow, you must show your most cultured and refined image. By the way, don't forget to circulate your cultivation tonight to let your hair grow longer. You are the sect master, so you must pay attention to your image, Zhuoxiao Duo encouraged. Okay. Li Chenglong agreed. The two looked at each other and smiled. Nothing needed to be said. Tomorrow, they had to show the attitude of unparalleled young master in this world. Once their image as the embryonic form of a scholarly general was carved into the hearts of the people, it would be hard to erase. If the higher-ups wanted to choose someone to risk their life, it would be best to choose someone like Xiang Chong. With their temperaments, they should stay behind the scenes and strategize. Safety first, life is more important. It's decided. Let's do it. Gao Qiao naturally did not know that these two fellows had originally planned to cut the Gordian knot and end the battle as quickly as possible at the beginning of the next day. However, her reminder had instead caused these two fellows to walk on completely different paths. Early the next morning, in the entire Hidden Dragon High School, every teaching building had bright windows and clean tables. Inside and outside the school, there was not a speck of dust. Even the leaves on the towering trees were clean. Under the reflection of the sun, they flickered with a golden light. The blue sky was clean. Occasionally, white clouds floated by. In the school, the sound of students practicing martial arts was loud and neat. The sound of fighting rose and fell one after another. It was picturesque. The loudspeakers of the Hidden Dragon High School were playing the classic military song Blood Falls from the Sky. Gu Luoyan's cold voice carried a faint sadness. Her deep and affectionate voice reverberated in the air. Yi Changqing and the other higher-ups of the school had been looking forward to it for a long time. Finally, at 8 o'clock sharp, many people slowly descended from the sky like clouds in the sky. From the beginning to the end, there was no intimidating aura. Not many people noticed anything strange. However, these people were divided into 3 groups. Yi Changqing found it strange. The leader of the group in the middle was Minister Ding from the Martial Arts Department. Beside him were 3 middle-aged men in military uniforms. They were the marshals of the East, West, and North armies. Dongfang Zhiyang, Shimin Lai, and Beigong Hao. As for the others, Yi Changqing and the others didn't know any of them. There seemed to be a lot of young people among them. For a moment, the principals couldn't help but feel confused. What was Minister Ding's status? Why did he bring so many young men and women with him? Looking at them, there were about 40 to 50 people. However, only Minister Ding, the 3 marshals, and the 3 adjutants behind them were the older ones. The others were all young people. The women were all beautiful and charming. The men were all handsome and outstanding. As for the 40 to 50 people on the left, they didn't know any of them. It seemed like there were only a few profound-level cultivators leading them. Looking to the right, they had the least people. There were only 10 of them. 3 middle-aged men and 3 young people. They didn't know any of them either. This was simply to Yi Changqing's heart was filled with confusion at this moment. This shouldn't be happening. By right, he should know all the people who came for inspection. Why did he only know 4 of them? And he only knew 2 of them from their portraits, that Vice Principal Cheng, Vice Principal Liu, and the others were all dumbfounded. There were also only 4 familiar faces in their eyes, Minister Ding and the 3 marshals. As for the others, he didn't know any of them. The only ones he had seen in real life were Minister Ding and Marshal Dongfang. As for Marshal Shimin and Marshal Beigong, they had only seen them on TV or in their portraits that everyone landed on the ground. The music echoed in the sky. Most of them were in a daze. On the day you left, it was snowing. You said that your heart was home, behind you was the country. On the day you came back, it was raining blood. In the photo, you were smiling peacefully. That was my youth. You protected your home. You protected your country. You protected everything, but you won't protect me anymore. Gu Luoyan's cold and sad voice echoed in the air. The marshals stood there quietly, listening to this song. No one understood this song more deeply than them. For so many years, so many men had walked onto the battlefield and never returned. The piles of bones on the battlefield, the tombstones in the cemetery, were the memories of so many girls. It was the happiness of a lifetime. Chapter 663. After a long time. The song ended. Everyone sighed softly in unison. The complicated emotions in their hearts made the atmosphere a little quiet. Then, Department Head Ding came up to Yi Changqing with a smile on his face. But Yi Changqing felt that Department Head Ding's smile was a little strange. The strange feeling in his heart became more and more intense. Department Head Ding. Yi Changqing bowed respectfully. Greetings, Marshal Shimin, Marshal Beigong. Changqing, you did well. Department Head Ding looked like he had gone through a lot. He was tall, at least 8 meters tall. He was a little thin, his hair was a little gray, and his face was thin. His entire body was filled with the natural elegance of Sun Sun. When he walked, he was steady and elegant. Marshal Dongfang laughed and said, Changqing, you did well. All of you are very good. After leaving the East Army, you did not embarrass the East Army. Very good, very good. It was a very normal compliment, but Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Qing Gaing, and Lu Yichuan felt a sudden warmth in their hearts. Their noses were sour, and they almost burst into tears. Ever since they left the East Army because of their injuries until now, so many years of bitterness and sadness rushed into their hearts. For a moment, they were so emotional that they could not speak. Finally, Yi Changqing forced himself to calm down and said in a trembling voice, Department Head Ding, Marshal, please. Please come in and talk. Then, they were led into the school's big reception room. What Yi Changqing could not understand the most was that everyone behind him had actually followed him in. It was as if they were strolling leisurely in a courtyard. It was as if they were strolling in their own backyard as they walked in leisurely. Yi Changqing's heart was extremely depressed. The reception room, that even though it was the reception room of the Hidden Dragon High School, it was not a meeting room. How could there be so many chairs when more than 100 people came in? The vice principals frowned. These young people did not know how to be polite. They really did not know which sect they were from. How could they be so ill-mannered? If it was his own disciple, he would have beaten him to death. When Minister Ding saw this, he smiled awkwardly and said, Changqing, let's find a bigger place. Yi Changqing was also a picky person, so he naturally wouldn't ask such a stupid question like, who are these people? Don't you see that even Minister Ding has some misgivings? He must have a powerful background. Minister Ding was trying to save face for the other party. Yi Changqing hurriedly said with a smile, it was my fault for not thinking things through. Sigh, I'm getting old and I'm always muddle-headed. I didn't prepare in advance. In a moment, I must punish myself with 3 cups of alcohol to apologize to everyone. He hurriedly led a large group of people directly to the large conference room. Vice Principal Liu was at the back of the group. He quietly left the group and took some time to arrange the tea. Originally, he did not prepare enough tea that the principals couldn't figure it out no matter how much they thought about it. Where did these young people come from? It wasn't Minister Ding himself who had come, and the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. If it was those hidden sects that were powerful to a certain extent, Minister Ding's misgivings could be ignored. But why didn't even the 3 commander-in-chiefs say anything? Where did they come from? Why were they so awesome? At this moment, over at the Starlight Mountain Range, a burly figure stood at the highest point, 1 foot stepping on a big rock that protruded out. Visually, this person was at least 4 meters tall. His long hair was like seaweed in the sea, dancing in the strong wind at the top of the mountain. Just by standing there, he naturally gave off an aura of, who else can be the hero of the world but me? It was as if the mountains and valleys, the common people of the world, and countless experts all bowed their heads in front of him. Beside him, there were more than 10 people, and Minister Nan Jingqian was among them. At this moment, Minister Nan was trying his best to straighten his chest. Silver yuan qi faintly rose around him as he stood in front of this devil-like burly man. Minister Nan was more than 2 meters tall. He had a burly figure and could be considered a huge man. But at this moment, standing in front of the other party, although he tried his best to maintain an equal posture, he was still unable to do so. His aura was obviously suppressed by the other party, and the burly man opposite him clearly did not deliberately show any aura. He did not even use any spiritual force or star yuan qi. Just by standing there with his physical body, he was naturally invincible. No hero in the world can stand side by side with me. Disdain for all. Senior Hong's cultivation base is becoming more and more unfathomable. Department head Nan sighed softly, a look of respect on his face. Opposite him was the Flood Witch. The Flood Witch's bronze face did not show any expression. She just said lightly, "Today we are not here to fight. As a junior, even if your aura is weak in front of me, you don't have to care too much." Minister Nan took a deep breath and said, "Senior is right. How can Nan Jingqian not know this truth? But as the commander-in-chief of the army, I must face Senior's power head-on. Even if my body is broken, I must face it head-on. Otherwise, when we meet on the battlefield in the future, won't you be defeated before the battle?" The Flood Witch said lightly, "Even if you face me head-on in the future, you will still be defeated. There is no luck." Nan Jingqian smiled faintly and said, "But at least I will be defeated with my life on the line. My aura will not weaken before the battle and I will be defeated without a fight." The Flood Witch smiled appreciatively and said, "Well said. You are indeed worthy of being the commander-in-chief of the Southern Army." He turned around and asked, "Is the banquet ready?" On the opposite side, Emperor Zhai Xing, dressed in green, floated to the top of the mountain. "Flood, if you want a drink, you can drink at any time." The Flood Witch smiled with her hands behind her back. "Emperor is too polite." Suddenly, she frowned and turned around immediately. Looking at the man in golden clothes behind her, her eyes suddenly revealed a strange expression, with a hint of anger. Dan Kong, Lai Hua, Bing Ming. Where did they go? Dan Kong, Lai Hua, and Bing Ming were the few great wizards who were closest to the Flood Witch in the Umno Alliance. Emperor Feng didn't understand and said with a smile, "Those guys can't stay idle at all." Dong Feng and the others said they were going to inspect something. Lai Hua's sister-in-law said she was going shopping in the city. So the 3 of them went together. The Flood Witch's face darkened visibly, with anger rising faintly. She said gloomily, "It's not your own house, why are you running around? All of you are so undisciplined. What are you doing? Have you forgotten your own identity?" Emperor Feng and the other great wizards all lowered their heads and didn't speak, but they couldn't help but feel strange. Wasn't this a very normal thing? Their original intention this time was to come out and have fun. Moreover, they were going there for serious business. The Flood Witch said coldly, "Hurry up and call them back. There's a space relic here, such an important matter, but they ignored it and ran away like this. When they go back, they will be punished by the family." Emperor Feng hurriedly took out his phone and called. After a while, he raised his head with a wonderful expression. This is strange, all of them have turned off their phones. None of them have turned on their phones. The Flood Witch took a deep breath, and her aura rose, causing the sky to change color. Emperor Zhai Xing laughed and said, "It's rare for them to come to the astral souls, let them have fun. It's the same for us to drink first. I believe the great wizards will know their limits." The Flood Witch's eyes were gloomy, as if she was suppressing her anger. She said coldly, "Did I come here from hundreds of thousands of miles just to drink?" She snorted coldly, flicked her sleeves, and turned around. Her aura surged inexplicably, as if it was going to erupt at any time. Emperor Zhai Xing was dissatisfied, and it was obvious in his words. He murmured, "Why are you pretending? If you're not here to drink, why are you here? Why are you pretending in front of me?" The Flood Witch turned around abruptly and growled, "You want to fight?" This growl instantly darkened the sky. In everyone's perception, it was as if a peerless, ferocious beast that could devour the world had suddenly opened its huge mouth. It was horrifying. Even Emperor Zhai Xing felt a tightness in his chest, and he was extremely shocked. He didn't expect the Flood Witch's strength to improve so much after she transformed into the mortal dust this time. However, the star-plucking monarch felt even more gloomy. "I didn't say anything, and I only asked you to drink. Why are you suddenly so angry? It's as if I've opened your scars and touched your reverse scale. Are you anxious?" Emperor Zhai Xing said angrily, "Why are you anxious? Why are you so anxious?" The Flood Witch also knew that she had lost her composure. She snorted and said in a muffled voice, "I'm not anxious." Emperor Zhai Xing snorted and rolled his eyes. "Flood, I feel that you've changed a lot after you returned from transforming into the mortal dust this time. Why? Is there something wrong with your mentality?" The Flood Witch said hatefully, "Fine, let's drink. You Xingchen, let's see who will be the one to drink the other today." She actually changed the topic immediately. He made up his mind. "When Lai Hua and the others return, I'll definitely practice the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer on them. Otherwise, how can I vent this anger in my heart? That I need to say something here alone." The Great Flood Shaman's reincarnation into the mortal world to gain experience, including Zhuo Zhanglu's pursuit of the entangled soul of fate and grudges to restrict the Great Flood Shaman. The reason and the first half of it were all known to the absolute upper echelons of the Star Soul continent. However, they didn't know much about the last part of the Flood Witch's training, how she took in a godson, and how she was tricked. In fact, Wu Taijiang was the only one who knew about this in the Astral Souls. Because of this matter, Wu Taijiang immediately went into hiding. He was afraid that he would accidentally offend two great powers out of thin air. No, it should be two great powers plus one great power. Both of them were unrivaled. Yes, the bigger enemy here wasn't the Flood or the Zhuochanglu. Everyone should experience it for themselves. It was fine if they knew it, but they shouldn't say it out loud. That person's temper wasn't very gentle, and it was easy to be targeted. The feeling of losing everything and having no money left was not a good feeling. Even Nanjing Qian didn't know about this. In fact, only Wu Taijiang, Nanjing Qian, Heavenly King Zhuo and his wife, Emperor Zhai Xing, and the Heavenly King of the Right in the Astral Souls knew about Zhuochanglu's transformation into the mortal dust and actually having a son at an old age. There were only a few people. Chapter 664. Only these few people knew about it. And these people were very tight-lipped. They would never say anything. The reason why Nanjing Qian and Wu Taijiang knew about it was because Zhuochanglu took the initiative to call them over. "Unless the minister calls me over to let me know, otherwise, I don't know anything and won't say anything." The consequences were too serious. Therefore, even Marshal Dongfang and the cabinet inspectors were unaware of this. As for the matter of accepting a godson, in the Umno Alliance's mainland, even the Flood Witch herself didn't know about it at first. Because everything that happened in the past belonged to the previous life, which was Blind Hong's life. It had nothing to do with him. This was the fundamental characteristic of transforming into the mortal world. After returning, the Flood Witch felt that something was wrong. She felt that it was too abnormal. Her luck was different, so she used her cultivation to mobilize the soul projection. Only then did she know the truth of this matter. If the Flood Witch was the only one who knew about this matter at that time, then it would be fine. The Flood Witch would definitely keep this matter as the world's biggest secret. Even if he was beaten to death 10,000 times, he wouldn't say a word. But unfortunately, the Flood Great Witch, the Fire Great Witch, the Ice Deep Great Witch, the Dankong Great Witch and the others lived too close. When the Flood Witch just came out of seclusion, the situation was abnormal. Not only was her eyes blind, her cultivation was also intermittent. This frightened the three great shamans. They blocked the news and waited on her day and night. She was the pillar of the Umno alliance. How could she be in such a mess? When the Flood Witch mobilized the soul projection, she didn't take it seriously at all. She was afraid that she wouldn't understand and miss the details. After all, the more people there were, the brighter the eyes. Her brothers were also powerful people. What she couldn't see, they could definitely see. So at that time, the four of them watched it together. It was because of this that everything was laid out on the table. Big trouble had appeared. When that scene appeared, the Flood Witch wanted to turn off the soul projection, but it was too late. Lai Hua, Dan Kong, Bing Ming, and the others all knew the truth of the matter. They understood everything clearly. Their boss, who was usually invincible, had actually made such a big joke. Such a big blunder. The three great shamans all felt that what the fuck was really memorable. Even though the three of them were forced by the Flood Witch to swear the witch ancestors' oath to keep their mouths shut. But when the four of them were together, how could they keep their mouths shut? All right, you asked us not to tell anyone, and we agreed. Even the other brothers didn't know about it. We'll admit it. But can't we talk about it when we're with our own people? What's the harm in talking about something that everyone already knows? Do you think we can still be happy about it? Are you trying to suffocate me to death? The great shamans didn't want to do anything. He didn't want to do anything about it. In fact, he couldn't do anything about it. But because there was a delicate balance here. That was the Flood Witch had only taken in a godson in name. But in fact, it was equivalent to taking in a godson and a godson. And no matter what this godson did, she was extracting the Flood Witch's luck. This was because of the backlash of the aura observation array. The godson directly put the stars in the sky, the sun, the moon, the universe, and the power of heaven and earth. With the might of the heavens and earth and its unparalleled power, even the great flood shaman could do nothing about it. This also led to Zhuo Xiaoyan's good luck. Everything went smoothly and unimpeded. The Flood Witch's luck was bad and she occasionally felt weak. This was the destiny-binding array. It couldn't be offset by the mortal dust transformation array alone. As for the godson, Zhuo Xiaoduo, he was closely related to the Flood Witch's luck. The better Zhuo Xiaoduo's luck, the higher his achievements, the smoother his luck, and the better his luck, the higher the Flood Witch's luck. Of course, at the current stage, the great flood shaman would sometimes return his own luck to Zhuo Xiaoduo, but this would not affect his own strength. After all, the difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. A hair on the other side was like a mountain. But in general, it was the godson and the godson. One was extracting the flood, and the other was replenishing the flood. Some people might say that since it was so, why not just kill the one who was extracting the Flood Witch's luck? This idea was very tempting, but it couldn't be put into action. There was no possibility of success. The reasons were very mysterious. First, the Flood Witch only knew that she had a godson, but she didn't know that she had a godson who was extracting her luck. Of course, he knew that Zhuo Changlu had a son and a daughter. But in fact, the Flood Witch had only seen the son, not the daughter. The second, more practical reason was that even if he knew, he couldn't do anything. He even had to take the initiative to avoid this situation. This was because when Zhuo Xiaoduo connected Zhuo Xiaoyan's luck with the Phoenix Pulse Soul formation, he also made a connection for himself. He also let himself bear a part of the Phoenix Pulse's karma. This led to a constant result. Zhuo Xiaoyan was extracting the Flood Witch's luck. After the extraction, Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo benefited. After Zhuo Xiaoduo benefited, in addition to his other benefits, the Flood Witch's luck would be reversed. The stronger the flood, the more Zhuo Xiaoyan could extract, and the stronger Zhuo Xiaoyan would be. The stronger Zhuo Xiaoyan was, the more benefits Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was connected to Zhuo Xiaoduo, would benefit. The stronger Zhuo Xiaoduo was, the more the flood would be fed back to the Flood Witch, and the stronger the flood would be. And the stronger the flood was, the more Zhuxiaoyan would be extracted. Cough, cough, cough. This was probably a fixed complete cycle. The 3 cycles were endless. If there was a flaw in any cycle, all 3 would be damaged. Their luck would leak, and it would be difficult for them to be perfect. This was a situation that all 3 parties had to avoid. When Zhuo Changlu asked Zhuo Xiaoduo to be his godson, he didn't know that Zhuo Xiaoduo's formation had such an effect. Well, even now, Zhuo Changlu still didn't know. His original intention was only to restrain this god of plagues. Because their luck was linked, when Zhuo Xiaoduo was weak, the luck of the flood would only continuously replenish Zhuo Xiaoduo. That when they didn't need to replenish each other's luck, Zhuo Xiaoduo would basically grow to the level of the left and right heavenly kings. Zhuo Zhanglu's plan was naturally very successful, but he really didn't expect that his son would become even more successful on the basis of this success, and this was something that both father and son didn't know. Of course, the flood which didn't lose much. In the future, it was hard to say who would benefit more. There were gains and losses, and vice versa. 2 flowers bloomed. Well, one on each side. Over at the Hidden Dragon High School, Yi Changqing had finished his routine report. It didn't take long. From start to finish, it only took half an hour to report the situation. Yi Changqing didn't just feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, he was also full of displeasure. The group of youngsters sitting beside the higher-ups actually yawned as they listened. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. Damn it. What kind of upbringing did each and every one of them have? Principal Yi and the few vice principals cursed in their hearts. Each and every one of them looked like dogs, but why were they acting like birds? Why didn't they even have the patience for half an hour? Some of them stretched their long legs and slumped in their chairs as if they were paralyzed. There was also a guy who was telling a joke to the beauty beside him. No one knew what he said, but the beauty burst out laughing. Hence, this guy raised his head and laughed proudly. Was he crazy? What a serious occasion this was. What a serious occasion this was. Just how many big shots were present at this event? Why couldn't they behave themselves? However, Minister Ding turned a blind eye to it. The 3 marshals also sat upright and still, as if they didn't care. Yi Changqing used his greatest self-control to finally finish the report. During this period of time, the Hidden Dragon High School has indeed achieved great results. As usual, Minister Ding had to give a summary speech. Behind him, a red-haired youngster said lazily, "Minister Ding, it said that the Hidden Dragon High School is the most awesome of the 3 martial schools. I wonder how awesome it is?" This voice was lazy, full of ridicule, suspicion, and disdain. Hearing this, Xiang Kuangren wanted to jump up and punch him to death. Beside him, a youngster who looked like he was 18 or 19 years old also curled his lips and said, "But we also didn't expect that the Hidden Dragon High School is no different from those normal schools. Report, 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 it's all official stuff. Listening to it makes my butt hurt." Another 18 or 19 years old, who looked very delicate and delicate like a girl, but when he opened his mouth, he was not delicate at all. That's right. We came all the way to the Hidden Dragon High School, not to listen to reports. Whether it's a mule or a horse, just pull it out for a walk. Just bragging. Hee, who doesn't know how to brag? The red-haired youngster laughed loudly and said very arrogantly, "If it's bragging, I also know how to do it. With one order, I can make the entire UMNO alliance come. Millions of troops will come at my command. No one dares to disobey." The thin and delicate youngster also laughed. That day, when I returned home, I saw my wife being looked down upon. With one order, 300 million UMNO alliance experts immediately rushed over and knelt down to call her mistress. The white-clothed youngster who had a female companion beside him couldn't stand it anymore. He said, "Lying through your teeth, do you have a wife? You're a single dog." Immediately, another youngster couldn't stand it anymore. He curled his lips and said, "Do you know what bragging is? It's talking about those things that didn't happen, that can't happen. Only you have a wife, you think you're great? You're so awesome after finding a wife? So what if you have a wife? Isn't she just a ba-air?" The white-clothed youngster's female companion was unhappy. "You want to be a ba-air, but you don't even have a girlfriend. When the white-clothed youngster saw his companion helping him, he became more and more spirited. He laughed and pointed at them one by one. A 10,000-year-old single dog, no girlfriend, hugging a pillow at night, crying the whole night. Ha! The red-haired youngster was furious. I have a wife. The white-clothed youngster laughed. Then let's go together. They're all single dogs, all envious. The red-haired youngster's anger immediately turned into joy. He said, not bad, not bad. They're all single dogs, all envious. He laughed and suddenly said, this scene, I'm filled with inspiration. I can't help but compose a poem. As he spoke, he shook his head and recited, poor single dogs, no girlfriend for 100,000 years. If you want to ask why, it's because they're either poor or ugly. Chapter 665. The white-clothed young man and his female companion laughed so hard that they fell down. They clapped their hands and said, good poem, good poem. This poem had infuriated the masses. After hearing this poem, several people were furious. They jumped up and looked like they were about to start a fight. However, they didn't care about the high-ranking marshals and ministers here at all. They just let them do whatever they wanted. Minister Ding's face was as dark as water. He shouted, stop. Everyone shut up. He was so angry that his face turned pale. What time is this? What place is this? Hey, can you pay attention to your image? This reprimand was said without any momentum. It was better not to say it. Those people seemed to have restrained themselves, but they were still laughing. What image was there to talk about? Bang! There was a loud bang. Everyone looked toward the sound. They saw that Xiang Kuangren couldn't take it anymore. He slammed the table and stood up. His majestic height of more than 3 meters almost reached the ceiling. Vice Principal Xiang said angrily, I know you have a great background. However, even if you have a great background, you shouldn't be like this since you've come to our Hidden Dragon High School. As the host, we treat you with courtesy. Don't you even leave the basic respect for the host? Xiang Kuangren was like a lion. He said angrily, what kind of logic is this? The white-clothed young man with his female companion laughed and said, there's nothing wrong with this. You uncivilized barbarians don't know etiquette. Hurry up and apologize to the host. Xiang Kuangren said angrily, don't stand there and pretend to be a good person. You brought your girlfriend to the Hidden Dragon High School. In such a serious situation, you're still flirting. Where are your manners? What face do you have to criticize others? The white-clothed young man and his female companion were tongue-tied. They were stunned for a while. After a while, they said in surprise, Vice Principal Xiang, we're allies. I've been speaking on your side. Can't you tell that, however, Xiang Kuangren was so angry that he didn't care if they were allies or enemies. He just scolded them. You should at least know the basic etiquette to your elders, right? You should at least know the basic etiquette to be a guest, right? You should at least have the basic etiquette to be greeted with a smile, right? Don't you have the basic respect for someone else's home? Xiang Kuangren pointed at them one by one and said angrily, look at all of you. You're so young, yet you're so unruly. Who are you trying to impress? A drop of cold sweat quietly appeared on Marshal Dongfang's forehead, and he quietly wiped it away. How ferocious. This Xiang Kuangren. Back in the Eastern Army, why didn't I realize that he had such guts? After such an angry scolding, the atmosphere in the conference room fell silent. After a long while, the red-clothed young man suddenly laughed out loud and said, you're right. We're used to being casual and didn't pay attention to the situation. We didn't pay attention to each other's identities and positions. Ahem, it's indeed our fault. We apologize to Vice Principal Xiang. Xiang Kuangren shouted angrily, it's you, the red-haired one, who is the most lawless and impolite. Look at your current posture. It's as if you've been paralyzed for a few years. Is this the attitude of an apology? Xiang Kuangren was going all out today. How could he not know that these people were definitely not ordinary people? Their identities were definitely the kind that was very, very awesome. Didn't they see that the marshals and Minister Ding didn't say anything? But he just couldn't take it lying down. No matter what your identity was basic etiquette so unimportant? The red-haired young man's face suddenly became distorted. He looked at one person and then another with an embarrassed expression. Under the gaze of the other young men who were trying hard to hold back their laughter, he quickly sat up straight and said sincerely, "I was wrong." Hearing this, Xiang Quangren's anger subsided a little. He sighed and said, "It's not that I'm short-tempered, but young people really can't be like this, red-haired one." The sudden mention of red-haired one made several people's shoulders tremble. They lowered their heads and tried hard to hold back their laughter. The red-haired young man who was called red-haired one had a strange look of confusion on his face. "Fuck, I have a new nickname today?" Xiang Quangren's anger had completely disappeared. He said angrily, "It's great that you can admit your mistakes and change. Since you've admitted your mistakes, you're a good kid. But in the future, whether you're in the martial world or on the battlefield, remember that trouble comes from careless talk. Young people, it's okay to be frivolous, but you're still young and inexperienced. You should at least have some respect." Vice Principal Xiang sighed and said with a little dispirited, "You haven't encountered any setbacks. Maybe you don't want to hear what I'm saying now, but I've expressed my sincerity. That's all I have to say. To young people nowadays." In the end, he sighed faintly and slowly sat down unhappily. The red-haired young man sat on the chair and slowly felt as if there was a nail on the chair that had coincidentally pierced into his hemorrhoid. His face turned red and white. He was indescribably embarrassed and almost at a loss of what to do. Still young and inexperienced. Is he talking about me? Being able to admit my mistakes and change makes me a good kid. The red-haired young man felt as if he was about to catch fire. Oh my God, after living for so many years, this is the first time I know that I'm actually a good kid. Next to him, there were endless sounds of puff, 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 puff. Everyone was trying their best to endure, but it was like farts. The white-clothed young couple, the green-clothed young man and a few others all had distorted faces. Even Marshal Dongfang and the others could not hold it in anymore. Many people laughed until their intestines swelled. This Vice Principal Xiang is really too awesome. Perhaps he himself did not know that he had created history today. This was a great achievement that was absolutely unprecedented in history and would never be surpassed in the future. This experience was probably something that they could brag about for 10 lifetimes. Department head Ding did not dare to laugh out loud. He secretly wiped his sweat and said, forget it. Let's just leave it at that." Everyone did not mean it. Marshal Dongfang coughed and said, "Well, why don't we start the exchange? We can also see how good the legendary Hidden Dragon Martial Arts High School's genius students are." When these words came out, all of the tender young people felt as if they had been pardoned and stood up in unison. Good, that's great." They all spoke. The red-haired young man stood up the fastest. He turned around and was about to slip out. "Red hair." Xiang Quangren stopped him. The red-haired young man's body stiffened at the door. "Puha!" The green-clothed young man could not hold it in and finally laughed out loud. He quickly held it in and rushed out of the door. Then, the white-clothed young man pulled his wife and walked out, trembling all over. Everyone lowered their heads and slipped out. Their bodies were trembling as if they had epilepsy. Xiang Quangren walked over with a pleasant face and said, "My words just now were a bit harsh, but you must keep it in your heart. Young people can be frivolous, but it's better if you have some tolerance." The red-haired young man nodded repeatedly. You're right. Xiang Quangren's face became serious. "You child. At your age, you should respectfully address me as Yug." The red-haired young man was about to cry. He looked at Department Head Ding for help. No matter what, he could not say you, otherwise he would not be able to survive. Department Head Ding hurried over to help. Vice Principal Xiang. Xiang Quangren patted the red-haired young man's shoulder. "You know your mistakes and can change. Good child, what's your surname?" The red-haired young man said in despair, "My surname is Lai." Xiang Quangren nodded. "You're lucky that I'm knowledgeable. Otherwise, no one would know that there are people with the surname Lai. This is an ancient surname. According to the legends, the ancient Yan Emperor was known as Lai Shan. Your surname, Lai, originated from here. that should be your ancestor, right? But I really didn't expect this surname to still exist. He asked with concern. There aren't many people left in your family now, right? The red-haired young man was speechless. Just me. I didn't even know that there was an ancestor today. Is he older than me? Xiang Kuangren sighed and patted his shoulder. He said sympathetically, "You're also a poor child." He turned and walked toward Department Head Ding with a smile. "Department Head, you were looking for me?" Department Head Ding touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He was speechless for a while. It's fine, it's fine." Thus, Xiang Kuangren turned and went to look for the red-haired young man. He had a good impression of the red-haired young man. Before he finished speaking, he was called over by the department head and wanted to give him some more advice. But when he turned around, the red-haired young man had already disappeared without a trace. Xiang Kuangren was obviously regretful. Although he was known as the first vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School, he rarely had the chance to teach a student face-to-face. Especially this time, he firmly grasped the moral high ground and spoke with vigor. Every word was reasonable. Every word was like the evening drum and morning bell. It had to be said that this feeling was really good. Moreover, it was rare for this student to admit his mistakes so quickly. This result made Xiang Kuangren's heart itch. But for some reason, the red-haired young man had a female companion not long after he came out. She seemed to be his wife. The two of them were intimate and had been together for a long time. Xiang Kuangren could only give up. He couldn't insist on teaching him in front of his wife, right? Before this, Yi Changqing had already sent out a notice. All the teachers and students of the school had already gathered in classes. The 4 grades were arranged neatly on 4 sides. Each class had a row. Each side had 17 to 18 rows. Right in the middle was an arena. The entire arena was made of super hard astral souls stone and forged with alloy steel. Under the sunlight, the fine details could be seen clearly. The light flashed and the view was especially good. What's more, no matter which direction one looked from, east, west, north, or south, they could see it clearly. For the students of Hidden Dragon High School, this was a grand event. Almost all the students of Hidden Dragon High School were present. They were all here. Except for a few who were training outside or doing missions, the rest were all here. Chapter 666. In the last few rows, everyone had a pair of binoculars in their hands. The most eye-catching ones were the first years in the East. This group of students who had just entered the school were in line with the rising sun, so they were naturally in the East. But on the first year's side, there was a large stage in front of them. It was also flat and tidy, but no one knew what it was for. Everyone seemed very excited at this moment, and their eyes were shining. Today was bound to be a fierce battle. It would also be a big day for the Hidden Dragon High School to shake the world and stir the astral souls. Datsai, this matter is really. Seeing the excitement on the students' faces, Department Head Ding and Marshal Dongfang shook their heads secretly. Children, today's trial is not going to be easy for you. On the stage, there were 4 judges on each side. Not far from the stage were the audience seats. Only people with enough status were qualified to sit there. The stage was 10 meters above the ground. As for the chair, it was at a height of 20 meters. Looking down from above, they could see the entire situation very clearly. It was difficult to miss anything. Yi Changqing said, "Today, the leaders are here to inspect." First, they introduced the leaders. The appearance of the 3 marshals caused the atmosphere of the Hidden Dragon High School students to reach a climax. 3 marshals and 1 deputy marshal, guarding the borders and protecting the continent. For many years, they had been legendary figures. They were publicly recognized as idols of the continent. Marshal Dongfang. "Hello, Marshal." The students' voices were louder than the previous. They were so excited that their faces were flushed red. Marshal Dongfang went up on stage and waved his hand. Instantly, the atmosphere became even more lively. "The sun and moon are glorious, only we, the East, for thousands of years, iron walls and bronze walls." The students shouted loudly, their voices shaking the sky. Marshal Shimin appeared. "The god of war for thousands of years, the west gate of the continent. Towering mountains, one person for thousands of years. When Marshal Bei Gong Hao came out, the students' throats were already hoarse from shouting. Our Bei Gong Hao is at the forefront of the army. Our achievements are unparalleled, our might shakes the heavens. The three marshals were graceful and at ease, slowly waving their hands with smiles on their faces. The students only felt their blood rushing rapidly. This was the god of war of mankind. This was the protector of mankind. This was the hero of the continent. However, very few people realized that although the three marshals were smiling, their faces were more or less heavy. Moreover, he rarely spoke. He looked like he had a lot on his mind. Li Chenglong asked softly, "Boss, what did you see?" Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head. She only saw that the three handsome men were extremely lucky. As for their facial features, it was the same as when she saw Uncle Nan, Uncle Wu, and her parents. They were blessed with endless blessings and a worry-free life. Actually, she couldn't tell anything. At this moment, there was a commotion beside him. It was Gao Qiao, who quietly walked over. She discussed with a classmate on this side and changed her seat to this side. On the other side, Xiang Bing looked over vigilantly. Why was Gao Qiao sitting beside Li Chenglong? Could it be that the leader of the Iron God sect had such a trait of attracting bees and butterflies? So he poked Xiang Chong with his finger. Xiang Chong was shouting at the top of his lungs. He was so excited that his face was flushed red. Feeling the pain from being stabbed by his sister, he turned his head to look at her in dissatisfaction. "Look over there." Xiang Bing pouted. "What's wrong?" Xiang Chong looked over and looked at his sister in confusion. "What do you want me to see?" Xiang Bing was furious. "Get lost. Go shout your name." Xiang Bing was furious. "Oh." Xiang Chong immediately turned his head and couldn't wait to join the shouting. "Hello, Marshal." Marshal. Oh. Xiang Bing's nose was crooked from anger. What? Roar until your throat breaks. Why do I have such a stupid brother? The three marshals don't think highly of this competition. Gao Qiao's voice was heavy. Li Chenglong slowly shook his head and said, Not only that. Gao Qiao frowned and observed carefully. Yes, the three marshals have a very helpless feeling, as if they are ashamed of the cheers of the students. Do you? Li Chenglong asked cautiously. Gao Qiao frowned and murmured, If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. But now it seems that they do have that kind of feeling. What? Li Chenglong shook his head. I really can't guess. Let's see later. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and said, It shouldn't be a bad thing. The three marshals are very lucky, righteous, impartial, dignified. They don't look like they have done anything wrong. Li Chenglong snorted and said, Who said I have a guilty conscience? Gao Qiao frowned and pondered. What Zhuo Xiaoduo said just now was somewhat interesting. The three marshals are very lucky, righteous, impartial. Gao Qiao chewed on this sentence and then flipped through Zhuo Xiaoduo's past information in her mind. She felt that there was something she had overlooked. Luck is very good. Gao Qiao understood. Aura observation technique. According to the information, Zhuo Xiaoduo had learned the aura observation technique from He Yuanyue, the former principal of Phoenix City No. 2 High School. Although he had always been a fortune teller and had nothing to do with aura observation, he had never shown anything about aura observation warriors. However, from this sentence, it could be seen that Zhuo Xiaoduo was very proficient in aura observation. Gao Qiao was a little shocked. The three marshals had already taken their seats on the stage. After Yi Changqing spoke passionately, he immediately said, Next, let's invite Minister Ding to speak. There was a thunderous applause. Minister Ding went up to the high platform and stood tall and straight, looking like a deep pool and a lofty mountain. Greetings, fellow students. I am here today for two reasons. Firstly, I am here to see all of you. Secondly, there is a reason why I am here. That is, the martial arts of the Star Spirit continent have been developing rapidly recently. So, we have our competitors. Originally, I didn't expect that. Everyone would come so quickly. However, when they heard that I was leaving the capital, A few hidden sects suddenly came to find me on the way. They want to let their disciples exchange pointers with the martial arts students. Minister Ding spoke very generally, but there was one point that he emphasized. Because these sects are hidden sects and rarely get involved in the outside world, I can't say their names here. However, I want to tell you something. These hidden sects are very strong. Department Head Ding said loudly, every one of their legacy disciples is a rare genius, a top-notch expert. To be honest, I really don't want to bring them here. Because I'm afraid that you will lose face for the Hidden Dragon High School. Minister Ding's voice was heavy. Even if you are all arrogant geniuses, I'm still afraid that you will lose. I'm even more afraid that it will hurt your confidence. These words caused the blood of the 1st to 4th years of the Hidden Dragon High School to boil. What did he mean by that? Wasn't he looking down on all of them? The more Xiao Duo listened from below, the more he felt that something was wrong. It seemed that his anger was about to be aroused. No, I can't be rash. Why don't we not fight? Let's compete in drinking. Xiao Duo hid his head in his pants and changed his voice to shout, I don't believe that we can't drink to death with more than 5,000 people. Let's kill them. Oh, boom. Instantly, there was a roar of laughter. Marshal Dongfang and the others had sharp eyesight. They instantly found Xiao Duo, whose head was still in his pants. Among them, the white-clothed, green-clothed, Lai, and a few others had a feeling. This brat was so cheap, he was a bit like that they couldn't help but smile a little. Xiao Duo had just raised his head when he realized that he was being stared at by more than 100 pairs of eyes. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. His gaze was blank as he turned his head to look around. He muttered to himself, who called for drinking? Who called for drinking? On the VIP stage, a few people didn't mind and smiled. Ha! Minister Ding laughed. It's not embarrassing to lose to them. It's embarrassing if they lose to you. I just don't know if you can embarrass them today. The crowd below roared. The students were obviously angered. How could they tolerate being looked down upon like this? They were all geniuses from their respective schools. Even when they came to the Hidden Dragon High School, they worked hard to compete and not fall behind. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? Xiao Duo might have ruined the atmosphere once, but it didn't seem to matter. Li Chenglong pulled Xiao Duo's sleeve and said telepathically, there's a conspiracy. Something's wrong. Xiao Duo replied in distress, I knew it. Do I need you to tell me? But the most important thing now is that we don't know what the problem is. Let's take it one step at a time. Li Chenglong's mind was at a loss. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he really didn't know what it was. Could it be that the young geniuses from the UMNO Alliance were here? But if that was the case, why didn't they tell us directly? This didn't make sense. Under Minister Ding's introduction, the people who came this time were divided into 3 teams. The first team was called Team 1. There were 12 people in the team. The second team was called Team 2. There were 70 people in the team. The third team was called Team 5. 36 people. What kind of title was this that the more than 5,000 students were all surprised? The first team was called Team 1, the second team was called Team 2, so shouldn't the third team be called Team 3? How logical and natural it was. But after Team 1 and Team 2, there was Team 5. What the hell was this? What about Team 3 and Team 4? Were they eaten by you? However, a few people frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. Our guess should be right. A thin voice was transmitted. It was Gao Chao. Li Chenglong was still frowning and thinking. Xiao Duo nodded slowly. He was also thinking about the key points. If I'm not wrong, Team 1 should belong to the new generation of geniuses from the Dao League. According to Taoism, Dao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Gao Qiao analyzed carefully. The Dao League has the least people here this time. It's very likely that the Dao League has little to do with us, so it should be relatively easy for us to fight against Team 1. Xiao Duo and Li Chenglong pondered for a while before nodding their heads to show their approval. Chapter 667. The 70 people in the second team should be from the Astral Souls continent. Maybe they are the so-called genius disciples of the hidden sex. Because, generally speaking, the astral soul's continent represents the human race, the human race. A person is a human being, so it's the second team. Gao Qiao continued. As for the third team, it should be the third team. The reason why it's called the fifth team is because 5 is the same as Wu. These people should be the geniuses of the Wu people's generation. This group of people will be the ones who will fight against us the most fiercely. I even suspect that there will be bloodshed during the fight. There is an irreconcilable conflict between us and the shaman tribe. If we can wait for an opportunity to kill or cripple some of the new representatives of the other party, why not? That's what everyone is thinking. There was a heavy look in Gao Qiao's eyes. There's also this incident itself. It's very likely that it was a sudden incident. But as for the deeper reason behind it, we have no clue at all. Making wild guesses won't help matters. A sudden inspection, a martial arts competition. It's really confusing. What Gao Qiao said was exactly what Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were thinking. They already had their guesses in advance. Under the preconceived ideas, the three people's guesses were actually the same. However, as Gao Qiao said, why would there be a sudden incident today? It was really confusing. The real thing was that there were no signs beforehand. It happened suddenly, and no one was prepared for it. The big shots all came suddenly, and the challenge teams were all in place. There were also the hidden dragon martial artists who were confused. From top to bottom, everyone was the same. If this was a sudden inspection, it was undoubtedly very successful. Because there was no information that could be used to deal with the situation. And until now, they still didn't know the purpose of the other party's visit. They could only deal with it in the truest way. Zhuo Xiaoduo was full of doubts. He instinctively used the aura viewing technique and looked at the top of the heads of the people on the stage. He didn't know if he could see anything with the aura viewing technique. If he couldn't see anything, he could borrow a telescope and look at their faces. There were a lot of big shots on the stage. It was good to open his eyes, that the important figures on the stage had already taken their seats. They pretended to be calm and chatted with smiles on their faces. The few teams did not separate. The so-called first team, second team, and fifth team were in fact indistinguishable. They were just sitting on benches below the stage, looking around in a carefree manner. Every one of them was extremely relaxed. They didn't have any proper sitting posture and were extremely undisciplined. Oh, not all of them were like this. Only a small half of them were so undisciplined, and there were also quite a few who were sitting up straight. But it was precisely because of the contrast between the two sides that those who were undisciplined were even more eye-catching. However, since the start of the battle had not been announced, there were naturally no rules to speak of. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the other students whispered to each other. Everyone felt that the situation was getting worse. What kind of trouble was this? At first glance, it was obvious that they hadn't made any preparations, nor did they have any plans. It was as if something unexpected had suddenly happened but no matter what, as the higher-ups, you have to say something, right? Yi Chongqing sat in his chair for a long time without moving. His heart was filled with confusion. After the introductions, the students had cheered, and now there were no more events? What was going on? Why were they all silent? Why was there an awkward silence? After the introductions of the teams, the battle still hadn't started? Were they just going to gather the students and watch them chat on the stage? Couldn't they be a little more reasonable? Many teachers in the school were secretly transmitting messages to Principal Yi. Principal, what's going on? Yi Chongqing was also very confused. He also wanted to know what was going on. He also didn't want to be in an awkward silence. But the problem now was, the higher-ups didn't tell him anything at all. Don't transmit messages to me. I was already annoyed, and now I'm going to be killed by you guys even faster. What kind of concept was it to receive hundreds of messages at the same time? It was like a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing around. My eardrums are going to be damaged. Yi Chongqing wasn't idle either. For example, he didn't dare to ask the three marshals, but he had secretly transmitted messages to Department Head Ding several times. Department Head, what's going on? Department Head, this. Can you quickly give us a plan of action? Department head? Department head? But Department Head Ding didn't pay any attention to him. Yes, it wasn't that Department Head Ding didn't want to pay attention to him, but he really couldn't. Even Department Head Ding himself didn't know what was going on and what was going to happen next. Department Head Ding's heart was still in a daze. He hadn't recovered yet. He had been in a daze since he arrived at the Stellar Mountain Range until now. He still didn't understand what was going on. Speaking of which, he was much more miserable than Yi Changqing. Department Head Ding had led a few experts from the martial arts department to the Starlight Mountain Range, burning with anxiety. His original intention was to control the situation, but he had never expected that he would be captured as soon as he arrived there. He had accompanied a group of troublemakers to the Hidden Dragon High School. Nominally, it was an inspection, but Department Head Ding knew in his heart that he didn't have any intention of doing so. This time, he was here on official business. Why did the style suddenly change? But Department Head Ding really didn't dare to say a word in front of these people. Yes, no matter what, he didn't dare to say it. He didn't dare to say it, and he didn't dare to ask. He was just used as a pretext that I'm actually being escorted here, you hear me? Actually, I'm just a department head today. I'm not much better than a block of wood. I don't know anything, and I don't know anything. I'm just used as a decoration, and I don't even know anything about it. Department Head Ding's heart was pounding like a mythical beast. This is the first time in my life that I've been treated like a decoration, and it's a muddle-headed decoration. Where do you want me to go to reason things out? Now that he was in an awkward situation, and there was no follow-up for a long time, Department Head Ding thought, how would I know what's going on? Yi Changqing is asking me? Who the hell am I going to ask? Half an hour later, the wind blew in the sky. An aura of a monarch suddenly descended from the sky. In the sky, a person dressed in a yellow robe and wearing a crown on his head walked over with his hands behind his back. He looked dignified. Yi Changqing's pupils shrank. The king of the Zhongyuan? So many people were waiting for the king of the Zhongyuan? But what kind of explanation was this? The king of the Central Plains came with the wind with his hands behind his back, looking elegant and graceful. However, when he arrived in the air and looked down, his expression immediately changed. He hurriedly restrained his aura and divine sense and quickly descended. He laughed loudly and said, Marshal Dongfang, Marshal Shimin, and Marshal Beigong, the 3 senior officers have suddenly graced Fenghai with your presence. I apologize for not going out to meet you. Marshal Dongfang stood up politely and laughed. Those who don't know are not guilty. Tai Feng, it's already very good that you can come. The king of the Zhongyuan's name, Jun Tai Feng, had always been the backbone of the royal family. He was also a martial arts master. As they spoke, the king of the Zhongyuan had already arrived on the stage. He greeted the 3 marshals and Department Head Ding with unusual respect again, and also greeted Yi Changqing and the others. His position was respected, but when it came to seniority, he was only a junior to Marshal Dongfang and the others. Other than calling him king, he didn't have any air of superiority. All the etiquette was handled perfectly, without any loopholes. Tai Feng, seeing you again today, not only did your cultivation improve greatly, but your temperament has also transcended. I'm really happy in my heart. Marshal Shimin sighed, and there was a faint glow in his eyes. He said slowly, back then, the days when your father, Ju Nanshan, was my deputy marshal in the West Army are still vivid in my mind, as if it was just yesterday. It's already been 60 years. The king of the Zhongyuan said respectfully, when my father was still alive, he often talked about Uncle Shimin's sincere teachings, and he couldn't forget them. Now that I finally see Uncle Shimin again, I'm very afraid. Marshal Shimin sighed softly. Back then, your father led the army to fight the Fire Witch's Flame Legion and unfortunately died. I've always been brooding about it. Now, seeing you inherit the throne and become more powerful day by day, I'm very happy. The king of the Zhongyuan became even more respectful. He bowed and said, I still need Uncle Shimin's guidance. Marshal Shimin nodded slowly, but there was an indescribable complexity in his eyes when he looked at the king of the Zhongyuan. Minister Ding got the message and immediately stood up. He said, Your Highness, please take a seat. Our martial arts competition this time is about to start. Since you're here at the right time, you can be a witness. The king of the Zhongyuan obviously didn't know what was going on. He said in surprise, "There are so many seniors and teachers here, why do you need me to be a witness, huh?" But he still sat down as he was told. He looked to the east and west, and his eyes were full of uncertainty. What kind of scene was this? 3 marshals came together to the Hidden Dragon High School for an inspection. This kind of thing that if it wasn't a joke, then it could only be that something unusual was brewing and fermenting. But what was it? Minister Ding stood up and said, "This martial arts competition is called the World Martial Arts Competition. It's divided into the following stages. The first stage is to draw lots. There's no limit to the number of participants. Enjoy to your heart's content." The faces of Yi Changqing and the other higher-ups of the Hidden Dragon High School changed immediately. Draw lots? Does that mean we can't arrange people? This is completely not going according to the script. And what's that enjoy to your heart's content? How many rounds are there to enjoy to your heart's content? 2 or 3 rounds can be enjoyed to your heart's content. 3 to 5 rounds can also be enjoyed to your heart's content. 8 to 10 rounds can also be enjoyed to your heart's content. To put it bluntly, even if it's 80 to 100 rounds, it can still be considered as enjoying to your heart's content. Then, how can it be considered as winning? How can it be considered as losing? Minister Ding, what are you playing at? You want to say that there are no rules at all, but what do you mean by the different stages? How many stages are there exactly? Can you explain it clearly? Vice Principal Liu worriedly went up with the roster. Beside Minister Ding's hand, there was a pile of notes. He didn't know when they appeared. First round, Hidden Dragon High School's 3rd year Class 1, 5th name. Opponent, second team's 13th name. Seeking monthly votes. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking subscriptions. Chapter 668. Vice President Liu hurriedly turned to the name list of the 3rd grade and read, the 5th name of the 3rd grade, Long Feixiang. On the other side, the leader of the 2nd team, the young man in cyan, also lazily opened the name list of the 2nd team and shouted, the 13th name of the 2nd team, Tai Xiaonyo. The sound of puffing kept coming out. This name was really quite down to earth. Long Feixiang, the 3rd grade of the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School, the high level of the nascent soul realm. Tai Xiaonyo, the 13th name of the 2nd team, the high level of the nascent soul realm. After getting the information of the two, Minister Ding opened his eyes and read it out. He was stunned for a moment. This was the first round, and they were evenly matched? How could it be so coincidental? On the other side, Long Feixiang answered. Wearing the traditional white martial arts suit of the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School, he stepped out of the crowd, flew across the sky, and landed on the stage. First, he respectfully saluted to the marshals and teachers, and then stood on the stage in an imposing manner, waiting for his opponent. The Prince of Zhongyuan's expression didn't change, but the depth of his eyes suddenly shrank, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. His heart palpitated. Was this a coincidence? How could he be chosen in the first round? On the side of the 2nd team, Tai Xiaonyo also stood up, strode onto the stage, saluted, and stood still. At first glance, he was a young man who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. His body was as strong as his name, and his bronze skin seemed to contain explosive and amazing power. Tai Xiaonyo or very Tai Xiaonyo, but he didn't seem to be small at all. The rules of the competition. Department Head Ding shouted. Yi Changqing sighed deeply. Today, Minister Ding was very unprofessional. You only announced the rules when both sides were on the stage. What did you do earlier? Minister Ding said, if you don't like it, come on up. Do you know how difficult it is for me now? I didn't know anything before the competition. I didn't even know there was a martial arts competition before the competition. After I knew about the competition, I only knew more about the first stage than you. As for the remaining stages, I didn't know anything about them either. I didn't even know that there were rules for this competition just now. Just now, someone transmitted a message to me and told me to say so. What can I do? Furthermore, the rules of the duel were written on a piece of paper that had mysteriously appeared in my hand. I don't even know how this piece of paper ended up in my hands. Do you know? I can say this responsibly. I did shout out the words rules of the competition, but in reality, I don't even know what was written on that piece of paper. Do you believe it? Probably not many people would believe him if he told them about it. But the person involved, Minister Ding himself, believed it. Because he really didn't know anything, and he couldn't show any strange expression on his face. He had to appear as if he had a card up his sleeve, magnanimous, and poised that it's too hard for me. If one were to use a phrase to describe it, it would be that he was so confused that his mother opened the door for him. Minister Ding's current situation could actually be described as a toad using the table as a cushion to prop himself up. I obviously don't know anything, but I still have to preside over the overall situation. What kind of fucking task is this? Minister Ding roared in his heart, but his expression was as calm as a mountain. He slowly unfolded the piece of paper, and couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. Fuck this kind of rule? He couldn't help but look down. Then, he sighed softly and said in a deep voice, "The path of martial arts is life or death. Weapons have no eyes, and you will be responsible for your own injuries. Mercy is tolerance, and ruthlessness is the law. If there are timid people, you can announce your forfeit before the duel starts and admit defeat on the spot. Those who admit defeat before the duel will be expelled from the martial arts competition. The Ministry of Military Affairs and the Ministry of Political Affairs will never accept you again. Leaving the arena means you lose. The duel in the arena is the same as a battle on the battlefield. Victory or defeat depends on each person's means. Life and death are determined by fate. Riches and honor are determined by the heavens. That's all I have to say. I wish everyone the best of luck in martial arts." Minister Ding's voice was like a loud bell, spreading throughout the entire field. Then, there was an uproar that lasted for a long time. Wasn't this rule the same as forcing people to fight to the death? Was this still an exchange? An inspection? Wasn't this a life and death duel? Yi Chongqing immediately stood up, his face ashen. "Minister Ding, how can a life and death duel be called a duel? This kind of duel system, these kind of rules, how can I not know beforehand?" Minister Ding thought to himself, I also didn't know beforehand. But his face was stern. This duel is to prepare for the Great War in the future. Otherwise, why would the three marshals appear here? Yi Chongqing was stunned when he heard this. He was speechless for a long time. Minister Ding said coldly, "The place where the marshals are is the military camp. The marshals of the three armies are here at the same time. The deputy marshal of the Southern Army is also here. It's equivalent to the marshals of the four armies being here. Since it's the military camp, it must abide by military law." Minister Ding said seriously, "Principal Yi, I hope you understand that the current duel is no longer a matter of the Hidden Dragon High School. Everything that comes after has nothing to do with the Hidden Dragon High School." Yi Chongqing's chest rose and fell. He really wanted to say, even the marshals of the three armies can't treat human life like grass. The Hidden Dragon High School ordered my students to engage in a life and death duel. How can you say that it has nothing to do with me, the principal? But he deeply understood that what Minister Ding said was the truth. To a certain extent, it could even be said that he was trying to exonerate himself. There would definitely be casualties in this duel. And with these words, the responsibility he would have to bear in the future would be reduced by 70 to 80%. Marshal Dongfang said indifferently, "Chongqing, this is a military matter of the continent. After everything is over, I will explain it to you. But now you are just a spectator. Do you understand?" Yi Chongqing stood there in a daze for a while. Then he said bitterly, "I understand." On the other side, the king of the Zhongyuan lowered his head. Even the people around him could not see the expression in his eyes or on his face. However, his hands had already quietly clenched into fists. The knuckles on his fists had already turned a little white. Below the stage, the 5,000 students of the Hidden Dragon High School were all whispering. "I'm afraid that someone will really die in this duel," Gao Qiaoer said. Not only will someone die, but it won't be just one, Li Chenglong said. The two of them spoke almost at the same time. Beside Li Chenglong, Xiang Bing's face was as gloomy as water. But her fighting spirit was abnormally strong. Her gaze was like a knife, slashing at Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao. She was about to explode. Xiang Chong scratched his head at the side. This duel is so strange that he didn't realize that his sister was about to explode. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo had an extra pair of binoculars on his face. He was concentrating on the stage. He took the opportunity to send a telepathic message to Li Chenglong. Keep an eye on Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. Don't let them act rashly. Once they act rashly, just knock them out. Zhou Xiaoduo's voice was very solemn, and there was an unprecedented sense of command and forbiddance in his voice. Li Chenglong's heart immediately froze. These two guys were impulsive. Once something happened, they might really explode on the spot. Then, it would be over that I have to keep an eye on them. Zhou Xiaoduo used his physiognomy to focus on the two people on the stage. Long Feixiang and Tai Xiaonyo. Long Feixiang's head was full of death qi, but Tai Xiaonyo's head what the fuck? Nothing? Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked and surprised. Then he used his aura observation technique to focus on General Dongfang, General Shimin, Minister Ding, and other high-level officials. All of them were full of righteousness. There was no sense of conspiracy or treachery. Zhou Xiaoduo's mind was racing. He had a vague guess in his heart, but he didn't have any evidence to support it. He could only watch in confusion. At this moment, the first duel of this duel had begun. The first duel was life and death. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts, Long Feixiang, please. Team 2, Tai Xiaonyo, please. The two teenagers on the stage bowed to each other and then slowly stepped back. Then, a white light suddenly flashed, and Long Feixiang's long sword was unsheathed. As a student of Class 1, Grade 3 of the Hidden Dragon High School, he was undoubtedly a genius. He was confident that he could defeat any opponent at the same level as him. He could even kill his opponent off the stage. This was not arrogance, but confidence in his own strength. Tai Xiaonyo, who was opposite him, untied a big black knife from his back and slowly pulled it out. The tip of the knife was pointed upward and hidden behind his elbow. Long Feixiang had leaped into the air. His slender body suddenly disappeared in a flash of lightning-like sword light as he leaped into the air. Many students of the Hidden Dragon High School were familiar with this sword technique. Nine Heavens Thunder Sword. It was a sword technique with a strong murderous aura. It seemed that Long Feixiang had planned to go all out from the beginning to end this duel as soon as possible. The sword light surged like dark clouds, piling up layer by layer. The biting cold sword wind fell from the sky and blew Tai Xiaonyo's clothes. However, Tai Xiaonyo was still standing in the same place, motionless. In mid-air, the rumbling of thunder was endless, and the momentum became more and more condensed. A flash of lightning seemed to connect the sky and the earth at this moment. It separated from the clouds and flashed. The light was still flashing in the sky, and the tip of the sword was already at Tai Xiaonyo's throat. Even the teachers of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School secretly cheered for this sword strike. Good. Tai Xiaonyo's body, which was originally still, suddenly moved. It was a very simple movement. His body leaned sideways, and then the big knife in his hand chopped out. The momentum of this saber was ordinary and unadorned. However, such a simple sideways movement allowed the tip of Long Feixiang's sword to fly past his throat. Even though the distance between them was less than a millimeter, Tai Xiaonyo still managed to dodge it. Long Feixiang's brilliant sword attack missed completely. Tai Xiaonyo's following attack did not use any tricks, but just swept across. The momentum was fierce and fierce, like three armies fighting and blood on the battlefield. After the attack, the blood rushed to the sky. A head spun and flew up into the sky. The head that flew out drew a bright rainbow in the air along with the splattering blood. The Prince of Zhongyuan's face turned pale instantly. He could not help but stand up abruptly. Chapter 669. Below, a figure appeared on the arena, but he had already lost his head. However, his two legs were still moving quickly as he rushed out. This was Long Fei Sor. Or rather, this was Long Fei Sor's body. Blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain. His head was flying in the air, but his body was still rushing forward in large strides. He still maintained his posture of holding the sword in his right hand as he ran at full speed. He rushed out of the arena and fell down. After landing, he rolled on the ground and stood up to continue rushing forward. He rushed out for more than 20 meters before he fell to the ground with a loud bang. It was only at this moment that he truly died of exhaustion. He was completely dead. His head, which had flown high into the air, inevitably fell back onto the arena with a dull thud. This dull thud seemed to have smashed heavily into the hearts of all the students and teachers of Hidden Dragon High School. They all held their breaths and looked at the arena in disbelief. It was this move. It was this move. A genius of the third year of Hidden Dragon High School was defeated. He died on the spot. What kind of cruel situation was this? The king of Zhongyuan stood there in a daze, his whole body stiff. What's wrong? Marshal Shimin looked at the king of Zhongyuan indifferently. Why did you suddenly stand up? Nothing. I'm a little surprised that a murder happened so suddenly, the king of Zhongyuan muttered. Don't be impatient. Back then, your father went in and out of thousands of soldiers and horses, roamed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but his expression didn't change. Tai Feng, you can't do it, Marshal Shimin said. The king of Zhongyuan. Well, sit down and watch slowly, Marshal Shimin said lightly. There's still a lot of time left today. The king of Zhongyuan slowly sat down. For a moment, his mind was a little blank. There was still a lot of time left today? Watch slowly? What did this mean? The king of Zhongyuan stared at the head that was no longer bleeding. His eyes were still filled with confidence that he could kill his opponent with his sword, as well as those tightly pursed lips, that handsome and tender face. The gaze in his eyes suddenly became perplexed. His tall and straight figure swayed slightly. Yi Changqing's lips were trembling. The expressions of the teachers of Hidden Dragon High School instantly turned extremely ugly. Many students' faces were pale. On the stage, Tai Xiaoyo slowly straightened his body and carefully put his saber back into the scabbard. His face was still calm. He bowed slightly to the head on the stage and said, "Thank you for letting me win." After he finished speaking, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked at Minister Ding. It was obvious that he was waiting for Minister Ding to announce his victory. Department Head Ding's lips trembled as he announced, Tai Xiaoyo from Team 2 wins the first match. An advanced nascent soul transformation stage cultivator against an advanced nascent soul transformation stage cultivator. This result couldn't be said to not be glorious. However, this result was forged from the combination of blood, cruelty, and iron. Tai Xiaoyo bowed slightly, turned around, and strode off the stage. Zuoxiao Duo and the others noticed that Tai Xiaoyo's facial expression didn't change at all before and after he killed someone. Even when he chopped off someone's head in front of his own eyes, he didn't even have a single drop of blood on his body despite the blood splattering everywhere. This was a veteran. Regardless of whether it was fighting or killing, he was a veteran. Zuoxiao Duo commented on this person in his heart. When Xingtian stood in front of his own students, his face was unprecedentedly dignified. He no longer had the thought that his students would win. He looked at Tai Xiaoyo and murmured in a heavy voice, "This is the battle formation killing technique." His body was like a mountain, unmoved by wind and rain. His heart was like steel when facing a strong enemy. His saber passed through the throat, his expression did not change. He pulled out his saber and cut off the head with one strike. When Xingtian took a deep breath and suppressed the thoughts in his heart, he was extremely puzzled. This was a person from the military. But why was this so? The students of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy's third grade class 1 all stood up at once. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. 2 of them pulled out their swords and were about to rush over to fight. "Stop!" Yi Changqing's face was livid as he shouted, "No one is to act rashly. In the martial arts arena, there is no resentment between life and death. The survival of the fittest, the survival of the fittest." An unusually strong divine sense instantly enveloped the entire martial arts arena. It was Marshal Shimin who made his move. In the battle formation killing technique, there is no resentment between life and death. Teachers and students of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy, please remain calm. Marshal Shimin's voice was filled with a sense of majesty. At the same time, two divine senses that even Marshal Shimin did not detect were divided into thousands of strands and locked onto everyone present at Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy. Including the teachers. Including the students. Including the 2,000 people who were about to enter the battlefield to change the defense. These thousands of strands of divine senses were fine and subtle. They were faintly discernible. Although they truly existed, they were not detected by the people of the present age. However, they had already captured everyone's reactions, emotional changes, and the fluctuations in their eyes. Our Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy can afford to lose. Yi Changqing shouted, everyone has it. Quiet. The few marshals sighed in their hearts. They all saw Yi Changqing's grief, anger, and agitation at this moment. They could not bear it in their hearts. However, if they told him the plan now, Yi Changqing's acting skills would be immediately detected and the situation would go out of control. He had no choice but to let Yi Changqing suffer for the time being. Minister Ding stood up and sighed softly. I am very disappointed that the first battle of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy was lost. However, I also understand. After all, you are children who have not experienced any bitter battles. Losing and being killed in an instant is a very normal thing. However, what I want to tell the children is, you can be immature, but the real battlefield will not give you time to mature. When you face your enemies, they won't give you time to mature. You are not mature now. When you enter the battlefield, you will only end up like that student. If you die like this on the battlefield, you will not even be considered a martyr. Because on the battlefield, only soldiers who have killed the enemy are martyrs after they die. If you die like this in vain, there is only one name for it. It is called meritorious service. Minister Ding said seriously, the meritorious service of the enemy. To put it bluntly, if you die like this, you will be sending your head to the battlefield. Meritorious service. Not only the deceased just now, but also all of you. All of you are undeniably weak. Minister Ding's voice was like a loud bell, exploding in the hearts of every student. The battle just now and the words just now had shattered the dreams of each and every one of the youths who had killed the enemy and rendered meritorious service, made their names known, and brought glory to their ancestors. All of you will be sending your head to the battlefield. Meritorious service. They could not even be considered as cannon fodder. They were not even comparable. These words were undoubtedly a huge blow to many of the students who had long dreamed of becoming a hero. Minister Ding's voice turned sorrowful as he said loudly, this battle has disappointed me. Because I did not feel the atmosphere and momentum of the students who were determined to die. Just like that, he charged forward and was killed. Perhaps you will think that my words are very cold-blooded, heartless, and unreasonable. Which side do you think I'm on? Am I still the minister of the martial arts department? How can I speak like this? Aren't you taking pleasure in other people's misfortune? They are already dead. How can you hit them when they are down? Minister Ding said loudly, I know that there are definitely some among you who think this way. In fact, most of you think this way. However, this kind of thinking should not be taught to you by me. Correct you. You have your own teachers. And I am not responsible for this. I only want to say that there is a huge problem with the mentality of you youngsters. Your understanding of battle formations and killing is not just one-sided. It is simply child's play. And the only result of child's play is to play with your little lives. Minister Ding stood on the stage, his expression unusually heavy. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. I have to say that even though the border has been a continuous bloody battle for tens of millions of years, and there are soldiers who die every day in the Sun-Moon Pass, in the eyes of the majority of youths, the battlefield is still a place filled with romance. There are many students who have already cultivated to the cloud transformation realm, but have never even seen human blood. Such people really exist. In their hearts, what is the battlefield? The battlefield is in movies and TV dramas. Bring a beautiful woman and circle around the enemy. It is exciting, erotic, romantic. Dance on steel wires, brush shoulders with the god of death. But in the end, the one who wins is still me. Returning from the battlefield, it is only right to be conferred the title of Marquis and General. High rank and generous salary. Beauties will throw themselves into your arms. From then on, you will be a man above men. You will be able to pass judgment on the world and be full of vigor. And because of the battlefield experience, you will obtain invincible strength. Yes, this is the battlefield in the hearts of many youngsters. The battlefield is the place to go and fish for merits. It is as if those monstrous merits are placed there like trash. Just wait for him to go, bend down, pick it up, and he will be a great general, a hero, a marshal, a man above men. Is it really like this? Minister Ding asked loudly. I want to tell you. Absolutely not. Too many children simply do not know what the battlefield is. They enter the battlefield in a daze. Even if the heavens protect them, they will definitely not survive. Minister Ding announced loudly, now, the second round begins. Today, I will let you see what is called the battlefield. What is called killing. Rather than letting you die on the battlefield in the future, in my opinion, it is better to die here. Dying here can also serve as a warning to your fellow students. It can also make everyone value you. It can still be of some use. At the very least, your loved ones can still see your corpse, and they can still think of you. But if you die on the battlefield, there is nothing. Not even your corpse can be seen. Your head has long been hung on the waist of the enemy to go back and ask for merits. To be able to leave a name engraved on the tombstone, let me tell you, you are still considered lucky. Chapter 670. Department Head Ding's face was ashen. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the faces of all the students. All of the Hidden Dragon High School teachers were standing ramrod straight beside their respective classes. They stood at attention and listened without moving an inch. Many of them were thinking. We talk about these things every day and emphasize them every day. It's not that we don't pay attention to the children's battlefield education, but we can't educate the students by having one person die every day. But in front of Department Head Ding, these reasons don't exist. As long as your students have such childish thoughts, you are a failure as a teacher. There is no reason. The results of the second round's draw. Hidden Dragon High School's third-year Class 2, ranked 2nd. The opponent is Team 2, ranked 19th. Below the stage, Gao Qiaoer and Li Chenglong were surprised. They couldn't help but turn around and look at each other. They saw the deep confusion in each other's eyes. Wrong guess. Yes. How could a murder happen in Team 2? Could it be that Team 2 isn't from the Astral Souls continent? Impossible. But the king of the Central Plains is here. Could it be? If not, why wait so long? Keep watching. The two of them quickly exchanged a few words and then immediately turned back to look at the stage without blinking. Beside them, Xiang Bing's face was flushed red. Her gaze was fixed on the stage. She clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth, making a sound like she was eating beans. Almost nothing could be heard in the tsunami-like noise. There was only one thought in her mind. This adulterous couple is flirting with each other again. Scum. I'm so angry. Xiang Bing was only a little bit away from exploding. On the stage. Vice Principal Lu picked up the roster, found the name, and read, Hidden Dragon High School, 3rd year Class 2, 2nd place is Chen Tang. High-level nascent soul. On the other side, the green-clothed youth held the roster and said lightly, Team 2, 19th place is Wang Xiaoma. High-level nascent soul. On the surface, it seemed that two people were evenly matched. Moreover, the names were strange and made people angry. The first one was called Tai Xiaonyo, and this one was called Wang Xiaoma. Just how random was this name? But this time, no one laughed. This was because everyone realized that each and every one of these people were probably veterans who had been on the battlefield for a long time. They were murderous fools who had been fighting for years. He really didn't know where these people came from. And those names, such as Tai Xiaonyo, Wang Xiaoma, and so on, were most likely fake names. On the stage, when he heard Qin Tang's name, the king of Zhongyuan's face, which was originally slightly pale, was stunned again. His entire body stiffened. Another coincidence? At the next moment, the king of Zhongyuan's gaze was filled with fury and panic. Although it disappeared in a flash, that emotion did indeed exist. Qin Tang's expression was solemn as he slowly walked out. When he heard his name, he couldn't help but wonder if he should admit defeat. However, once he admitted defeat, his life would be over. At most, he could only be a martial artist in the pugilistic world, without any future to speak of. If he was blacklisted in both the military and the political world, what could he achieve in the future? If a martial artist in the pugilistic world were to achieve something, it would be easy for them to be targeted. A single word of admitting defeat, yet his entire life had been ruined. I can't accept this. I still have my mission. Qin Tang pursed his lips and leaped into the arena. In front of him was a similarly tall and dark-skinned young man. Like Tai Xiaonyo, he was expressionless. On his back, like Tai Xiaonyo, was a thick-backed machete. And the same reticence. If not for their completely different faces, just by looking at their aura and temperament, one would almost think that they were twins. Please. Please. Both of them bowed. Then, the battle began immediately. But not after just 2 moves. Wang Xiaoma retracted his machete and retreated. Thank you for letting me win. In front of him was Qin Tang's body that had already been cut into 2. Fresh blood was slowly spreading in the arena. On Qin Tang's face, which could no longer show any expression, there was only horror. 2 slashes. The first slash broke Qin Tang's weapon and sent him flying. The second slash cut his waist. The second team wins the second round. The hidden dragon martial artist has lost another round. Minister Ding's voice was mixed with an indescribable regret. On the other side, the king of Zhongyuan trembled and suddenly stood up. His face was a little pale as he said, Marshal Dongfeng, Uncle Shimin. Uncle Beigong. Minister Ding, I'm not feeling well. Why don't I go back for now? Marshal Shimin's gaze turned toward him. His gaze was as sharp as a red-hot steel needle. He said indifferently, What's wrong? The king of Zhongyuan forced a smile. I haven't been on the battlefield for many years. Now that I've been hit by blood, I actually feel even more uncomfortable. It's really unbearable. Marshal Shimin narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, You can't be like this. Back then, your father wandered back and forth between mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Not to say that he was like a fish in water, but at least his expression didn't change. In your current state, if something unexpected happens, how are you going to deal with it? The king of Zhongyuan's face was pale. I've probably been in the rear all year round and have been pampered too much. I've shamed my ancestors and made a fool of myself. Marshal Dongfeng turned his head and his face darkened. He said slowly, As a prince of the royal family, you're supported by the people. It's really unbearable for you to have such a reaction when you see blood. As the role model of the continent, the royal family has a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. How are you going to be a role model for the world like this? If there's a day when you go to war, how can I count on you to lead the troops? The king of Zhongyu, Marshal Beigong Hao was even less polite. He said, Jun Taifeng, I'll give you a piece of advice. Just watch obediently and get used to it as soon as possible. The sooner you get used to it, the better. The king of Zhongyuan panted heavily. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, and he clenched his fists tightly. The 3 marshals all looked at him coldly and indifferently. They didn't care about his actions at all. The blood on the floor of the arena was dazzling, and the stench of blood assailed their nostrils. After a moment of awkward silence, the king of Zhongyuan finally heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He laughed and said, I've learned a lot from the wise words of the marshals. I'll read it carefully and seriously now. Our ancestors have bathed in blood for thousands of years, and only then did we manage to stabilize the rear. How can we be so useless? His complexion had actually recovered its rosy complexion from its original pale complexion, and it even had a hint of calmness and composure. Marshal Shimen said indifferently, "Today's just an inspection or a formality. Once it's over, there's nothing for you to do." I still remember that before your father fought a life-and-death battle, he seemed to have sensed something and specially came to drink with me. That night we talked a lot. The king of Zhongyuan's calm face turned a little angry again. He took a deep breath and said, "What did my father say?" Marshal Shimen said, "Your father was drunk at that time. He asked me, 'Marshal, do you know that as a prince of the imperial family, even if I don't leave the capital, I can still live a life of glory and wealth, free and unfettered? Then why do I still have to fight on the battlefield?'" The king of Zhongyuan pondered, "And then?" Marshal Shimen said, "And then I also asked, why?" Your father said. The late king only had 2 sons. Although the imperial power on the continent is far from the golden mouth and jade teeth of the previous dynasties, the imperial family status is still honorable and high above. Therefore, the throne is still a position that the imperial descendants scramble for. Your father said that if he stayed in the capital, it would only cause trouble. Even if he didn't want to take the throne, there would always be people who would think of ways to make him take the throne, forcing him to take the throne. Because only when he took the throne, there would be new meritorious officials who would be able to suppress the current meritorious families for a while. And those who want your father to take the throne would then have a chance to become the new top class of power. Your father said that if he stayed in the capital, he would inevitably die sooner or later. Even if he wasn't forced by others, he might still be tempted. Because there are too many people who want to take the throne. The human heart has always been strange and unpredictable. Those people have an inextricable connection with your father. Even if he doesn't relent, there might be a day when he will be forced to take the throne. And once he relents, the process will only be faster. Therefore, your father said, "I only hope that after me, the imperial family will decline, but I can use my iron-blooded military achievements to leave a way out for my descendants." You said that your father's reputation, status, martial arts, cultivation, strategy, commanding, and wisdom were all enough to be a general of an army. But in order to avoid taboo, he was only a deputy general. But in those years, too many tough and fierce battles were fought by your father. The first prince of the imperial family, the invincible god of war on the continent, the immortal legend of the astral souls, these are your father's outstanding achievements. Do you think it's something that can be obtained so easily? Marshal Shimen said indifferently, "No matter what you do, no one will touch you now. It's not because of your high status as the king of the Central Plains, nor is it because of your noble status in the imperial family. It's just because of the all-powerful god of war back then. For the outstanding military achievements back then, for the immortal achievements. For the god of war of the generation, who clearly had a chance to live, but as his military achievements increased, he gained more and more supporters and loyal soldiers, and his prestige grew. He gradually showed signs of threatening the throne, so he was willing to lead all his trusted subordinates to fight to the death. He had the ability and wisdom of a general, but he was willing to be a general who charged and broke through enemy lines. He had the chance to surpass the general and become an existence like the left and right heavenly kings, but he was willing to die in battle because he couldn't stabilize the situation. A prince of the generation. That's the person that all the marshals admire the most. When he was in the Western Army back then, he was also my closest brother. The king of the Central Plains' face turned pale again. He muttered, "I didn't do anything." Marshal Shimen said coldly, "That's why I came here personally this time. I want to see you with my own eyes, to see you finish watching these few battles. Should just sit still." He rolled his eyes, and a cold light shot out. His gaze was like 2 long swords that had been through hundreds of battles, and it was breathtaking. With such a gaze, he stared straight into the king of the Central Plains' eyes and said word by word, "Don't." The king of the Central Plains sat down dejectedly. The expression on his face suddenly became unusually defeated. Chapter 671. When department head Ding saw that they had finished speaking, he gradually understood what was going on. Although the aura had sealed off the entire ring and not a single bit of sound could be heard outside, the people inside could still hear it clearly. Continue to draw lots. Third round, Hidden Dragon High School 4th year Class 1, ranked 8th. Opponent. Team 2, ranked 24th. Vice Principal Liu held the name list and found the 8th student of the 4th year Class 1 with great difficulty. Hidden Dragon High School 4th year Class 1, 8th student, Xiao Junyi. Intermediate Cloud Transformation Stage Cultivation. The leader of Team 2, a youth in green, lazily reported, Team 2, ranked 24th. Little Rabbit Lawn, Intermediate Cloud Transformation Stage. Surprisingly, they were two evenly matched opponents. Even the dullest person would have noticed that something was wrong with the current situation. How is this a coincidence? It was as if the opponents had been selected beforehand. Every pair was an opponent with a similar cultivation base. Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the others were even more affected. They felt even more sick than fucking a dog. Could this team 2 be given a proper name? Tai Xiaoniu Wang Xiaoma. Little Rabbit Lawn. Fortunately, there were so many animals on the continent for you to name. Otherwise, there would be no way to name them. When the name Xiao Junyi came out, the eyes of many of the male students from the Hidden Dragon High School all lit up. This Xiao Junyi was known as the #1 school beauty of Hidden Dragon High School. This girl was gentle and generous. Her beauty could topple cities. She was also known for her gentle and pleasant temperament. Her bearing was graceful and natural. Many male students regarded her as their dream lover. Even in their dreams, they wanted to get close to her. However, no one had ever succeeded. Moreover, it was said that this Xiao Junyi's background was not small. Not only was she a peerless genius, her name had already been reported. She was one of the candidates for the Crown Prince's concubines. If the Crown Prince really took a fancy to her, she would soar to the top and become a phoenix. She would become an existence that most people in the world would have to look up to. Who would have thought that she would be called out in this life and death battle? Many male students felt as if their hearts were being squeezed. Xiao Junyi was also dressed in snow-white clothes. She got up with some difficulty and slowly walked towards the arena. On the other side, Lan Xiaodu naturally stood up as well. She was also a beauty. She had a tall figure, a beautiful face, and nimble movements. In just a few steps, she stood on the arena. Her slender figure stood in the wind, making her seem even more candid and generous. As Xiao Junyi walked, her face was filled with a conflicted expression. The first two had already died, so how could he be so lucky that her beautiful eyes darted around as she glanced at the teachers, students, and principals with a startled glance? He stole a glance at the king of Zhongyuan. The corners of the king of Zhongyuan's mouth twitched, and his body stiffened. Finally, he arrived at the front of the arena. As long as he leaped up, he would be able to get onto the stage and enter the fighting sequence. But she stopped and hesitated. The shadow of death ceaselessly assaulted her, causing her beautiful face to be covered in a panicked expression. She stood all alone before the combat ring while drifting in the wind, and she seemed to be especially delicate and moving, causing others to feel pity for her. Marshal Shimen frowned and shouted in a low voice, "This student of the Hidden Dragon Academy, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you on the stage yet?" Xiao Junyi was like a frightened rabbit. She raised her head, tears rolling in her eyes. Her petal-like lips quivered as she muttered, Get on the stage and fight." Marshal Shimen's face was like iron, and he was not moved at all. Marshals had seen too many beauties. They would not have any compassion at all. No matter how beautiful a beauty was, after she died and was exposed to the sun for a few days on the battlefield, she would still be smelly. There was a saying at the borders that a sow could compete with a cicada. Another explanation might be that Xiao Junyi stood there trembling, and her pleading gaze kept drifting around. After hearing Marshal Shimen's urging, there was no way out. She suddenly cried out, "Godfather, I don't want to die." As soon as this sentence came out, the entire place fell into silence. This sudden change made it so quiet that it was like an armpit. No one would have thought that Xiao Junyi would say such a thing at this moment. Godfather? If one were to look at it from the perspective of a godfather, then Xiao Junyi's so-called persona was really worth discussing. The king of Zhongyuan's face turned cold as he said coldly, "Here, I am just a spectator. Your identity is a student of the Hidden Dragon Academy, and not my goddaughter." King of Zhongyuan. Everyone was shocked again, stunned by this shocking news. This Xiao Junyi was actually the goddaughter of the king of Zhongyuan. Yi Changqing was the one who was shocked the most. Previously, after a few consecutive battles, Yi Changqing's anger had been accumulating, and he was even filled with grief and grief. What Department Head Ding and the other marshals said was true, but everything had a gradual process. Not everyone was born to be a qualified warrior. Experience on the battlefield also needed to be accumulated bit by bit. Right now, he was watching the genius students that his academy had painstakingly nurtured die one by one in the hands of others. Blood splattered everywhere, and their deaths were too horrible to look at. How could he not feel heartache? How could he not have any opinions? But when he suddenly heard Xiao Junyi call him godfather and saw the king of Zhongyuan's reaction, Yi Changqing suddenly understood something that his eyes flashed with bewilderment and also a meaningful glow. Could it be Xiang Quangren, Lu Yichuan, Chen Gaiying and the others had the same thought? And this call of godfather shocked the class teacher of the 4th grade the most. He didn't know that the student he had always thought highly of had such a special identity. Xiao Junyi said sadly, "I don't want to go on stage to compete. I'm scared." On the stage, the king of Zhongyuan's expression changed. He suddenly turned and said, "Marshal, I have a request. The video of this goddaughter of mine has already been sent to the palace. His Highness the Crown Prince is choosing a consort. And she has already caught his eye. Can you—" Marshal Shiman didn't even bat an eyelid as he said indifferently, "No." These 2 words were exceptionally resolute and decisive. The king of Zhongyuan felt a rush of anger. His face was purple and swollen. He took a few deep breaths before he calmed down. He turned to Xiao Junyi and said, "Life and death are not allowed in the arena. But before you go on stage, you still have the right to choose whether you want to fight or not. You can go on stage and fight, but you can also admit defeat." Xiao Junyi was a girl and it involved the royal family's consort selection. Even if she admitted defeat, it would just be another stain on her record. If the crown prince didn't care, there was still hope. Xiao Junyi's eyes lit up when she heard that. She opened her mouth and said, "I." In the second team, the cyan-robed captain's eyes narrowed. Then, a silent and undetectable force was transmitted from the ground. However, not only did Xiao Junyi not admit defeat, she even leaped into the air and gracefully stepped onto the arena. What was more, she even drew out her long sword. With a flash of cold light, she pointed it at the opponent and actually adopted an attacking posture. The king of Zhongyuan's eyes bulged, almost popping out of their sockets. What was the meaning of this? You called out your godfather in front of everyone and exposed our relationship. It was obvious that you didn't want to go on stage and die. I've already taken a huge risk and pointed out a path for you to admit defeat, but you jumped onto the stage without a word. Are you playing with me? Or are you trying to trick me? What a trick! The force that sent Xiao Junyi onto the stage was extremely powerful and well concealed. It didn't dissipate at all during the process. Even with the king of Zhongyuan's cultivation, he didn't notice anything strange. The tall beauty, Lan Xiaodu, saw that her opponent went on stage. She cupped her fists and bowed. "Please." Xiao Junyi didn't say a word. She took a step forward and stabbed her long sword. Her movements were strict and proper. But what didn't match her actions at all was the horror and despair in her eyes at this moment. Amidst the cries of shock, where the sword light passed, blood soared into the sky. A once beautiful head flew high into the sky. The king of Zhongyuan stood up abruptly. His whole body was stiff, his face was pale and his limbs were cold. In the arena, a body that was still graceful and curvaceous had already lost its head and fell limply to the ground. The future crown prince consort was killed on the spot. Under everyone's eyes, on the stage in broad daylight, her head was beheaded with a sword. Opposite, Lan Xiaodu kept her sword and bowed. Thank you for going easy on me. All the Hidden Dragon High School students were suddenly in an uproar. Among them, more than 10 male students who usually had a crush on Xiao Junyi howled sorrowfully. Their hearts instantly shattered into pieces and they actually drew their swords without a care. Murder! Give me your life! Revenge! Lan Xiaodu stood quietly on the stage, but her hand was already on the hilt of her sword. In her eyes, there was pity, sympathy and understanding, but there was no sign of retreat. I know that all of you like her. I pity all of you for being deceived. I pity all of you for losing your true feelings. I understand all of you for your grief and indignation of having your dreams shattered. But all of you don't know who she is. All of you don't know what kind of vicious conspiracy is hidden in her. All of you don't know what I'm doing today. But that's not important. As long as all of you dare to come up, I dare to kill all of you. I've killed hundreds of the Umno Alliance's stunning beauties. Their pursuers have come to me for revenge and the number of people who have died under my sword is more than 1,000. I don't care if there are a few more of you. I've never cared if anyone would say that I'm cold-blooded. Today, I came here to kill this woman. That's my mission. That's all. I've already completed my mission, but I definitely can't be killed by a bunch of people who don't know the truth. If we really meet, I won't show any mercy. She exposed her identity in front of everyone just now and called the Prince of Zhongyuan her godfather. She confirmed her identity as the Crown Prince Consort candidate and you still want to come up? That's because all of you are stupid. A bunch of idiots who were blinded by their so-called first love. What's wrong with dying? Even if all of you don't know the truth, you should at least realize how big of a whirlpool the Prince of Zhongyuan's goddaughter and the Crown Prince Consort candidate is, right? Begging for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions? Chapter 672. Of course, the students couldn't charge forward. Yi Changqing saw that the students had lost their composure and immediately flew out, shouting like a thunderbolt, "All of you, stop." The students were all agitated and started to protest. Team 1, 2 and 5 looked on coldly and indifferently as if they didn't see anything. There were people in all grades and classes who were deep in thought. There were many geniuses who entered the Hidden Dragon Academy with the title of geniuses. There weren't many truly foolish people. There were already too many people who were thinking about the strangeness of this matter. On the first grade stand, Gao Qiao sighed softly, "The love of young people?" Zuoxiao Duo turned to look at her strangely. "You speak as if you're all grown up," Li Chenglong said lightly. "The strangeness of this matter has been exposed in front of everyone. This senior sister Xiao Junyi is not only the goddaughter of the king of the Central Plains, she's also a candidate for the Crown Prince's wife. They still want to charge forward without any hesitation. That's stupid. I can only call such people idiots." Gao Qiao said humbly, "I'm willing to listen to Vice Class Monitor Li's wise opinion." Li Chenglong snorted. How could he not know that this girl was planning to fight with him? If I can't give a proper explanation, I'm afraid that this girl will use me as a stepping stone. Stupid girl. She's so much more annoying than Little Ice Egg. On the other side, Xiang Bing glared at Gao Qiao. One of her hands reached out as if she was going to pick up the halberd at any time, but she pouted unhappily and her eyes were full of vigilance. Her whole body was tense like a tigress before she attacked to protect her food. Why was this Gao Qiao, of the Gao family, so close to Li Chenglong recently? What was she trying to do? Could it be that she had taken a fancy to Li Chenglong? Her intentions were simply terrible. How dare you touch this old lady's vegetables? That it was a pity that Gao Qiao's intention to test him was doomed to fail. Li Chenglong already had a card up his sleeve. "Isn't this simple?" he said. "This is probably a chess piece that the king of the Central Plains has been planning for a long time, but it is also a rather important chess piece. I think that the Prince of the Central Plains should have great confidence in making his adopted daughter, Xiao Junyi, the person whom the Crown Prince favors. Or perhaps, even if the Crown Prince doesn't choose, there will be someone else who will choose for the Crown Prince, locking the position of the Crown Prince's consort on this woman. Xiao Junyi, what does this name mean? I believe both you and I can see that." As for today's event, it is a game. We will take drastic measures and kill the person directly involved in this matter. All of our plans will come to a premature end and sink into the sand. Originally, I had a feeling that the inspection this time and the competition were shrouded in mystery, but now, the situation is very clear. The three marshals are here to suppress the king of Zhongyun. Perhaps there are other things, but we don't know about them, nor do we know about them. As for Xiao Junyi, Zhuo Duo interrupted. Xiao Junyi, this name itself carries with it the aura of a motherly model of the world. Her fate is indeed extraordinary. It's just that luck is no match for fate. She doesn't have that fate. Once she suffers the backlash, she will die and everything will come to an end. Zhuo Duo could be said to have the deepest understanding of this. Moreover, through today's incident, Zhuo Duo actually had a new understanding of the art of aura observation and physiognomy. Or rather, it was a kind of enlightenment. When Xiao Junyi stood up when her name was called, Zhuo Duo clearly saw that the aura above Xiao Junyi's head had already condensed into the shape of half a crown and was rapidly dissipating. And this half of the crown was enough to explain too many problems. She really did have this kind of luck. If he didn't die today, he was afraid that in the future, this plan could really succeed. It was a pity that today, someone had changed her fate for her. A broad path that could lead to the heavens was cut off in the most resolute and extreme way with a thunderous strike. Today, the fate of all the important people present, except for the king of the Central Plains, had gathered together and forcefully cut off this path to the heavens. Not only did he cut off Xiao Junyi's fate, but he also scattered all of her fate energy. No matter how extraordinary Xiao Junyi's own fate energy was, it was still in the embryonic stage. How could it resist the combined power of so many important people's fate energy? She died prematurely and her soul left the underworld. Zhuo gaze was unprecedentedly serious. So, fate energy can be used in this way. On the other side, after the feudal struggle, a few youths looked at the lifeless body on the arena and cried bitterly. Little Bunny Lawn, don't give me a chance. If we meet in the future, I will definitely kill you. Little Bunny Lawn. This hatred and enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Someone refused to give up and shouted harshly. Sobbing, accompanied by tears, roared. Little Bunny Lawn, who was slowly walking down the arena, didn't even stop. She walked right past them and didn't even bother to look at them. She had heard such words too many times. If she had to remember every single one of them, she really didn't know how many she would have to remember. Revenge on me? Come on. She sat down slowly. A light breeze blew past, and under her head of black hair, a strand of silvery white hair flashed and fluttered. It's fate and fate. Those who rushed out and were immediately persuaded to go back still have some chances. At most, the road ahead will be a little bumpy. But those who were still clamoring for revenge after being dissuaded will have no future in this lifetime. Stupidity isn't scary at the moment. Knowing that it's a dead end ahead and still going forward, not turning back even after hitting a wall, that's just courting death. It has nothing to do with anyone. Gao Qiaoer sighed softly. Many of them were famous star students from the Hidden Dragon High School. It was a pity that their experience and knowledge were too shallow and couldn't be of much use. Zhuo Duo and Li Chenglong also had the same thoughts. Since they could guess that the main target of today's plan was the king of Zhongyuan, then everything that happened today, as well as the king of Zhongyuan's many actions, could be explained. Especially those few students who were still clamoring for revenge impulsively after being forced to call him Godfather in a life-and-death situation. In the hearts of the higher-ups, it was tantamount to sentencing their futures to death. They were so muddle-headed and brainless. How could they be of any use? Perhaps they could still be heroes when killing enemies on the front lines, but their future achievements were destined to be difficult to achieve in the long run. Yi Chongqing obviously also realized this point. He turned and said to Marshal Dongfang in a somewhat pleading tone, "Marshal, we're all young people. We were also hot-blooded and impulsive in the past. Those who don't know are not to be blamed." Marshal Dongfang smiled and said, "Chongqing, those who don't know are not to be blamed. This is only applicable in times of peace, and even only applies to those commoners who don't have any destructive power. For example, these hotheads in front of us, in times of war. How can you be sure that they won't commit heinous crimes under the instigation of others? Yi Changqing said in a low voice, "They're just some kids. Marshal, your words are too arbitrary. You can leave them some leeway, they're all students of the Martial Arts Institute." Marshal Dongfang said telepathically, "Yi Changqing, you're muddle-headed. You're being soft-hearted. Is this the time to plead for mercy? Have you ever thought that these so-called geniuses are the best of the best? If this woman becomes the crown princess, these former classmates of the crown princess, who were her hardcore pursuers and childhood sweethearts, won't become her most original capital? As long as the king of Zhongyuan uses some tricks, it's enough to let these geniuses take charge of their respective families and unite around the crown princess. What kind of power group will they form, and what kind of destructive power will they form? This is the power of the hidden dragon geniuses. Don't tell me you don't know how powerful this power is. Those who don't know are not to be blamed. As the headmaster of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Institute, your dereliction of duty by saying this. Yi Changqing heaved a long sigh and also replied telepathically, "Marshal, you said it yourself, that's just an if. But the fact is that that woman is already dead. This is an established fact. The future you spoke of has already become a bubble, so why implicate others?" Marshal Dongfang snorted, "We'll consider it carefully." Yi Changqing heaved a long sigh of relief, "Many thanks for your magnanimity, Marshal." Marshal Dongfang said indifferently, "We're at the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Institute now. You're standing up for your students, so I'll give you face for the time being. But you have to know that in the future, once these people have power in their hands, whatever they do will be the sins that you, the headmaster, have committed today. Those who don't know are not guilty. You don't know whether they'll be guilty at that time, but things will change. I hope this sentence isn't the source of your regret." Yi Changqing took a deep breath and said, "As a teacher, I'll naturally do my best. I'll teach them well and not let them make mistakes. Marshal, you've also said that if I were in the army now, I definitely wouldn't say anything. Because that's what I should do. But I'm their headmaster now. That's why I'm here to plead. I hope you can give them another chance." Marshal Dongfang nodded and said, "Go ahead." When Yi Changqing turned around, Marshal Dongfang thought for a while and suddenly telepathically said, "We also don't want to make things so troublesome, but this is what His Majesty personally requested." Yi Changqing's heart skipped a beat. His Majesty personally requested. Requested. This sentence, this word, meant too much. The weight was too heavy. In the arena, the king of Zhongyuan, who was watching the ceremony, was already dumbstruck. His body felt cold and hot. His mind also seemed to be a little muddled and sluggish. Then, Minister Ding called out 7 names consecutively. Each name was like a knife that stabbed viciously into the king of Zhongyuan's heart. After 10 consecutive battles, 10 hidden dragon geniuses fell on the arena. All of them died and went to hell hand in hand. After the 10 battles, the whole Hidden Dragon High School was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The eyes of many students were filled with raging anger. They couldn't understand why this was. A small portion of the hidden dragon geniuses already understood this was a purge. But in the king of Zhongyuan's heart, it was more like a mountain of knives and a sea of flames, a death by 1,000 cuts. Because he knew the reason. He knew that these 10 names were not only from the Hidden Dragon High School's genius students and star students, but also 9 of the boys were the illegitimate children of the king of Zhongyuan, his own flesh and blood. Chapter 673. Only that Xiao Junyi was truly the goddaughter of the king of the Zhongyuan. This was a huge move. Under the king of the Zhongyuan's painstaking nurturing, those 9 genius illegitimate children stood out from his large number of illegitimate children and entered the Hidden Dragon High School with different identities. All of them were geniuses and were about to mature. As long as they graduated from the Hidden Dragon Academy, they would be able to serve in the army. With the old prince's countless old subordinates in the army, They could easily create an officer or a general with a bright future. There was no risk in doing so. And these genius illegitimate children who returned from the battlefield were all heroes of the nation. They naturally entered various important positions and rose through the ranks with the help of a dense network of connections. No one could find fault with such a resume. By that time, as the crown princess, Xiao Junyi would also be in a high position. Coupled with the foundation of power that she had laid down early on, how difficult would it be to nurture a few super-clans? With the help of various parties and the king of the Zhongyuan's many years of painstaking effort, it would be enough to shake the court and influence the movements of the continent. The king of the Zhongyuan was patient, persistent, and determined. He was conceited enough to wait and pay the price. In order to achieve this goal of his, he could continuously throw out external forces year after year to attract attention. Through this, he could create space and leeway for these people to continue growing. He had been doing this for many, many years. In fact, the spies he had planted were far more than these 10 people. In these many years, there were already many illegitimate children and godsons who entered the military. Many of them had even returned from the military and were already in some important positions. This was where his true confidence lay. However, today's inspection had ruthlessly shattered all of this. The king of the Zhongyuan could still keep his composure when it was the first 2. But when all 10 of them, including the 3 illegitimate children he thought were the most secretive, were caught and cruelly killed in front of his eyes through a martial arts competition, the king of the Zhongyuan knew clearly. It was over. Because there were only a total of 10 people he had arranged to enter the Hidden Dragon High School. And these 10 people, not one less, were all dead on the spot. Right in front of him. These were all the king of the Zhongyuan's favorite children. Right in front of him, he killed them one by one. Every time he killed one of them, it was a heart-wrenching pain. He was forced to watch helplessly as his own sons were killed one after another. This method was simply cruel to the extreme. However, he couldn't move. There was another meaning behind the fact that the commanders of the 3 armies had come together and participated in this farce personally. It was about time that those people that had been planted in the early years had all been grasped. His so-called big picture had been destroyed, completely destroyed. The end of the 10 matches also represented the end of the first stage of the competition. However, at this moment, the anger of the entire Hidden Dragon High School almost reached the heavens. Yi Chongqing had a splitting headache. I knew the truth of the matter, and I also knew why it was done. But if you don't explain, what do you want me to do? Yi Chongqing obviously knew why they didn't explain. The royal family's scandal couldn't be announced to the world. Once this veil was pulled off, it would cause a huge uproar. Furthermore, although the king of the Zhongyuan had planned this scheme, he was still the son of the god of war. For the sake of their old friendship, the military had left him a way out. This also led to this matter, whether it was for public or private reasons, it couldn't be brought to the surface. But, in the face of these rowdy students, how should the Hidden Dragon High martial artist manage them? How should he guide them? Don't tell me you want me to say to the students, we've been crushed like this and we're going to let it go just like this? Can't you think for me? However, Yi Chongqing thought too much of the students. At this moment, although there were many students who were angry and couldn't wait to kill their opponents to vent their anger, many small groups were discussing today's matter, especially the many strange things. But why did the commander of the 3 armies, the head of the martial education department, come to inspect? Was it just to kill a few people in the Hidden Dragon High School to enrage the students? That's impossible. That's giving the students of the Hidden Dragon High School too much face. When they thought about how Xiao Junyi had called him godfather, some clever students had already woken up from their anger. They were deep in thought. What was the reason for all of this? Why did everything that happened today seem so fishy? Why did everything seem so wrong today? On the stage, Commander Shimin waved his hand and set up a barrier. He said indifferently, Tai Feng, today's matter has come to an end. What are your thoughts? The king of the Zhongyuan looked defeated and his eyes were filled with worry. A strange fluctuation appeared on his face. Sometimes, all the blood in his body rushed to the top of his head. Sometimes, All the blood in his head retreated. After hearing this question, he was actually at a loss for a while. Then he said dejectedly, "Oh, no? How can there be no?" General Shimen smiled faintly and said, "Before I came here, I had counted the names of the recent casualties. In the previous battle in the Western Army, there were 37 low-level officers who died on the spot. This is the name list." A piece of paper flew out from Commander Shimen's hand and landed in front of the king of the Zhongyuan. The king of the Zhongyuan didn't want to look. He knew whose name was on it and even guessed the name on the list. However, he could not look at it. He just took a look and closed his eyes immediately. 37 of them. Over the years, they had been assigned to the Western Army. Now, there were only 37 of them still serving in the Western Army. Now, all of them were listed on this name list. 37 martyrs. Commander Shimen sighed. "Finally, your reputation is not bad." The king of the Zhongyuan laughed bitterly. They were all dead. So what if their reputation was not bad? What was the use? Just like the dead Xiao Junyi. She was just a dead person. Even if she had a great future, it was all in vain. However, he soon knew that this good reputation was already due to Commander Shimen giving him face, a great deal of face. So the Western Army also has losses, and they are losses from the war. This is really not bad. Our Eastern Army is a big joke. 17 officers died in a fight in the camp. This is really a disgrace. Another name list floated out. The king of the Zhongyuan's face turned red. All the blood in his body seemed to have rushed to his head. The corners of his eyes were about to tear. 14 people from the Southern Army died. They violated military discipline and drank themselves to death. Fuck, have they not drunk in their lives? The deputy commander of the Southern Army cursed. 5 people from the Northern Army. 5 people who loved to look pretty. They knew that the weather was cold, but they didn't wear winter clothes for the sake of face. In the end, they all froze to death. Fuck, what is going on? Commander Beigong sighed and took out a name list as well. He said painfully, "This kind of death is sensational. How can they report their military exploits? Sigh, they are really useless." Commander Ding put down the phone that he just hung up and said solemnly, "I just received news that 3 students from Yunduan High School fell into the water and died. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. For students from Ancestral Dragon High School also died at the same time. For some reason, 7 students gathered together for a party and drowned. This is really strange. Here, this is the name list. The king of the Zhongyuan can take a look and see if you know any of them." Commander Ding shook his head. "Sigh, they are all star students with good cultivation. How could they drown? Could it be that there are really ghosts in this world? Maybe there really are." Commander Dongfang shook his head and sighed. Today, more than 300 officials in the country all drowned. There are strange things every year, but not as many as today. Could it be that today is the day of Mercury's retrograde flood that occurs once in 100 years? Commander Beigong laughed. "I'm not sure if it's a flood today, but it's definitely a disaster today. I've just received news that 7 clans' residences have all collapsed. I don't know how many feet the ground has caved in. None of the clans are lucky enough to survive. What's more unbelievable is that these families all had a routine family gathering when the accident happened. Among them is the Qi family. Qi family, there is even a Qi family. TSK disket." The king of the Zhongyuan opened his mouth and suddenly spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. It sprayed out a full 5 meters and all of it sprayed onto the arena. Panting heavily, he said with difficulty, "Enough, don't say any more. Please, don't say any more." His eyes were dazzled, and the sky turned dark. "It's over, it's all over. This time, it's really all over." All the seeds and names of all the extended forces that he had cultivated after so many years of planning, painstaking effort were all listed on the list of accidents. Not a single one of them survived. Not a single one of them was lucky. All these years, the few families that had secretly cooperated with him all appeared on the list and were all wiped out. Commander Ding's eyes were as cold as ice. He said slowly, I also just received news that a big case has happened in the palace. 7 people in the palace died mysteriously, and 11 people in the crown prince's residence died on the spot. This is the list of the deceased. The accident is being investigated further. Today is really a day of many disasters. So many changes have happened, and so many people have died. Are you done yet? The king of the Zhongyuan stood up and shouted sternly, "What else do you want? Tell me, what else do you want?" Impudent! Marshal Dongfang scolded sternly, "How can you make a fuss in front of your elders? You've really disgraced the royal family." "I've disgraced the royal family? I've disgraced the royal family?" The king of the Zhongyuan was already a little deranged. He shouted in grief and indignation, "My men are all dead. They're all dead. Those are your men? What are these people planning to do?" Marshal Shimen said coldly. But the king of the Zhongyuan was suddenly at a loss for words. He suddenly threw caution to the wind and shouted, "Now, you're the ones who killed the future crown prince consort. That's the crown prince consort. The 3 marshals, you've committed a great taboo." Commander Ding looked at the king of the Zhongyuan and said softly, "You don't dare to kill the future crown prince consort. You haven't killed her before?" Marshal Dongfang narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "This is just an eye for an eye." Chapter 674. The king of Zhongyuan was stunned. Beside him, Vice Principal Cheng Gaiying's eyes were filled with hatred. His eyes were fixed on the king of Zhongyuan as if he wanted to swallow him whole and chew him up. A barrier had been set up, so no one outside could hear what was said inside. However, it was precisely because of this that what was being said inside was truly shocking. There was no need to hold back anymore. Every sentence was enough to set off stormy waves and endless waves. "Are you unhappy? Are you angry?" Marshal Dongfang tilted his head and looked at the king of Zhongyuan. His face was cold and expressionless, and his eyes were indifferent. "Do you know why we are doing this today? Do you think that you alone are worthy of the 3 of us coming here to suppress you? To go through so much trouble?" Marshal Dongfang sneered. "You are not worthy. In the end, you are just a hereditary prince. What achievements and assets do you have that are worthy of us coming here? The first reason why we are here is that His Majesty personally requested to spare your life. Keep the Prince of Zhongyuan's mansion. Because the glory of the invincible god of war of the continent is the banner of the astral souls of the continent. It cannot be left behind. His Majesty also does not want to stir up a tsunami of emotions among the old subordinates of Jun Nanshan. More so, he cannot bear the reputation of killing the descendants of loyal officials and cutting off the descendants of heroes. We are here because of your father, the first prince of the royal family, the invincible god of war of the continent. For this old friend. Today is the last time we are protecting you." Marshal Dongfang said calmly, "You did not hear wrongly. What we are doing today is to protect you. With what you have done, we should lead the troops to flatten your mansion. It is only a matter of time. It is what we should do. Do you know that before we came, the Nanjing Qian had secretly mobilized 200,000 troops to prepare for a military exercise in the Central Plains? If not for His Majesty's persuasion, your Prince of Zhongyuan's mansion would have been crushed. But back then, your father made great contributions for the continent and the country. It is enough for him to be crowned a new king. Countless brothers of the Western Army have been saved by him." Marshal Shimen's voice was heavy as he said, "Before I came here, more than 40 of my old brothers knelt in front of me. They begged me to spare their old brothers some face. That's why I suggested that we call you here so that you can witness everything with your own eyes. You know what mistake you've made, what crime you've committed. From now on, your father's mountainous achievements, all the glory, all the favors, and all the gratitude," Marshal Shimen said softly. "Nothing is left. For this reason, we won't even explain to the students present why we did this. It's because we don't want to exterminate the descendants of our old brother." The king of Zhongyuan laughed bitterly. "Even if you don't want to explain, is there not a single smart person in this matter? That call of Godfather has already pushed me into a desperate situation. This matter has already been exposed to the world. What's the point of explaining it? But at least we've protected your father's prince mansion of the Central Plains. At least you won't act rashly and can still live a peaceful life as a wealthy idler for the rest of your life. Marshal Shimin said solemnly, "Now, your matter is done. Jun Taifeng, you can go back and leave this place immediately. I don't want to see you again. From now on, you're on your own." Clang! A broken saber covered with sawtooth fell in front of the king of Zhongyun. The body of the saber was dark red, and it was covered with scars. The edge of the saber was densely packed with jagged teeth. Those were the wounds that were caused by millions of desperate slashes. This is your father's 100-battle saber. This saber is made of indestructible iron. Indestructible iron has always been known for being difficult to damage. Your father used this saber to fight for his whole life. The indestructible iron that is said to be difficult to damage has been used by him to this extent. This saber has always been the pride of the Western Army. Marshal Shimin stroked the saber gently. His hands were actually trembling slightly. His voice was trembling and there were tears in his eyes. "Now, let it return to your prince mansion of the Central Plains. Our Western Army. In the future, we won't be able to bear the mountainous sins that your father's son has repaid us. 20 million soldiers, because of your treason, have lost all their military merits. Together, for your father, we will help you bear the crime of treason. From now on, we will not know each other and have nothing to do with each other." Marshal Shimin's tears fell on the 100-battle saber. He said softly and with a trembling voice, "Nen, brother, I'm sorry." He took a deep breath and pushed the 100-battle saber out resolutely. "Take it away." The 100-battle saber let out a mournful cry. The saber flashed with red light, as if it couldn't bear to leave. This treasured saber that had killed countless enemies seemed to be sentient. It was unwilling to leave the atmosphere it was most familiar with. The king of Zhongyuan stared at the saber. He wanted to reach out and grab the hilt several times. But he couldn't reach out his hand. He could feel that as long as his hand grasped the hilt of the saber, he would thoroughly tarnish his father's monstrous battle achievements. "I am me. My father is my father." The king of Zhongyuan stood up and said with a cold expression, "My actions have nothing to do with him. This saber is his saber. He can leave it wherever he wants. It's just a saber. What does it have to do with me? I'll bear the consequences of my own actions. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Now, have you all humiliated me enough?" The king of Zhongyuan said calmly, "If it's enough, I'll leave." Marshal Shimin narrowed his eyes and said, "Enough. You can leave now. Leave immediately." The king of Zhongyuan laughed maniacally and strode out. However, after taking 2 steps, he hesitated for a moment. He turned around and bowed deeply to the 100-battle saber on the ground. Then he turned and left. He rose into the air and left with the wind. The king of Zhongyuan, who was in the air, suddenly laughed loudly. He strode away and left without looking back. Marshal Shimin heaved a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he immediately held the 100-battle saber in his hand. The 100-battle saber made a buzzing sound, as if a child who had been wronged was crying to his parents. He gently stroked the saber hilt and muttered, "He's back. He won't leave. Don't worry, he still has some sense of shame." Marshal Dongfang sneered and said, "If he dares to take this saber away today, I'll send my troops to destroy him tomorrow. At least he knows his place. Does he deserve to take this 100-battle saber?" At the side, Vice Principal Cheng's eyes were red as he asked, "Marshals, may I ask if the Prince of Zhongyuan's crime is really written off just like that? Are we really not going to seek revenge for that monstrous sin and the debt of blood?" Marshal Dongfang narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Yes, we can't pursue it anymore." Cheng Gaing's eyes were red. His chest heaved, and the corners of his eyes looked like they were about to tear. Marshal Shimin said to Marshal Dongfang calmly, "At least we didn't let our old brother down. This time, we helped him bear the crime of treason. We should have done it, and we shouldn't have." Marshal Dongfang nodded gently and sighed. In the future, if anyone uses the law to pursue this matter, we will have to stand up and demand an explanation. Vice Principal Chung was so angry that his chest was about to explode. He took a big step forward and was about to speak, but Yi Chongqing quickly pulled him back. Idiot! Yi Chongqing said anxiously, are you stupid? Marshal Dongfang has already said that we can't pursue this matter according to the law, but he didn't say how to deal with the grudges of the martial world. Do you have to say everything? In the end, you're going to block the last path of revenge. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can deny the last bit of glory of the invincible war god of the Central Plains for your family? Cheng Gaing felt as if cold water had been poured over his head. He immediately came to his senses and hurriedly shut his mouth. Marshal Dongfang looked meaningfully at Yi Chongqing with a smile in his eyes. With their status, if they said they would protect him, they would protect him to the end. Therefore, they personally took action and wiped out all of the king of Zhongyuan's subordinates. They uprooted all of the king of Zhongyuan's efforts. This made their attitude clear. We will make sure he doesn't have that kind of ability. You can rest assured. If Vice Principal Chung went forward and asked, then, are you going to protect the grudges of the martial world and personal grudges as well? As long as this sentence was asked, the answer would be obvious. We are going to protect him. And it would be a prophecy, they would protect him to the end. But as long as this sentence was not asked, there would still be an opening, because you didn't say it. The law of the country sanctioned him, and His Majesty spoke. For our old brother, we will protect him. But we don't care about the grudges of the martial world. Of course, you have to take risks to take revenge. If you are killed, no one will care. Even if you kill someone, they will put you on the wanted list. These were all things that had to be considered carefully. Next was still the challenge. The king of Zhongyuan had already left. What was there to challenge? Of course there was. Next is the challenge of Team 5. Minister Ding said. Below the stage, the captains of Team 5 were dumbfounded. We are just here to have fun. We didn't say we were going to challenge. What was going on? Below the stage, Team 2's captain, the young man in green, transmitted his voice to Team 5's captain, the red-haired man. Next, you have 8 spots. You can accept the challenge and kill these 8 people, but you can also make these 8 people drop out of the school on the spot. Since you are here, I will give you face. But when you go back, you and your people have to keep your mouths shut. The red-haired man was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? He hurriedly started to investigate. Then, he smacked his head with a furious expression. They had placed a total of 8 students in Hidden Dragon High School as spies in the future. In the end, all of their information was in the hands of others. How could they play? Holding the name list handed over by the other side and comparing it with the names drawn by Hidden Dragon High School this time, he looked dejected. Drop out? No more challenges. The red-haired man made a prompt decision. They had already been exposed. Could it be that they still had to send people up to fight and be watched as a monkey show? Chapter 675. Yu Xiaoyu said, after dropping out, these 8 people will be wanted by the entire continent. Protect them well. The red-haired man had an unlucky expression. Who the fuck was the one who planted the spies? I came out to play in high spirits, but I ended up with my face covered in dirt. Isn't it an insult for a big shot like me to clean up these small buttocks? If you want to be wanted, then go ahead. Anyway, I'm going to take them away first. After I take them away, their life and death will be decided by fate. It's a deal. The 5 teams gave up on the challenge. The 8 students who were named also dropped out on the spot. Many people couldn't understand what was going on. However, Yi Chongqing's eyes were already shining with a cold light. He did not need anyone to explain this to him. Spies. From today onwards, these 8 people would become the candidates for the Hidden Dragon High School graduates. Department Head Ding let out a long sigh. The first stage of the competition was finally over. He wondered what the second stage would be like. Why was there no notification? My head hurts, big shots. General Dongfang and the others were all very interested. It was the second stage. Would that military advisor? Make a move? They were looking forward to it. The second stage begins. Department head Ding took out another piece of paper that suddenly appeared in his hand. He forcefully suppressed the depression in his heart and announced loudly. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts instantly rose high. In the first stage, the Hidden Dragon High School students lost 10 rounds in a row and lost 10 people. Now that the second stage began, what kind of strange rules would there be? Could it be a battle of life and death? Continuing the Hidden Dragon High School students' losing streak, a nightmare of death? The second stage. Department head Ding glanced at the paper and saw the rules of the second stage clearly. He immediately let out a long sigh. He had finally returned to the normal inspection track. The second stage is a friendly competition. There will be 12 rounds. 3 people from the Origin Core realm, 3 from the Soul Transformation realm, and 3 from the Cloud Transformation realm. Everyone's eyes were focused. Was Department head Ding stupid today? There were only 9 rounds, right? Where did the total of 12 rounds come from? After the first 9 rounds of friendly competition, there will be 3 rounds of challenge competition. The 3 teams will send out people to challenge any student they want. Department head Ding said. This rule was more or less a little strange. However, in the end, there was no life and death battle, no shadow of death. Yi Changqing asked cautiously, "May I ask if the designated students are designated by our school or by the other party?" Minister Ding said, "Of course it's designated by the other party." The worry on Yi Changqing's face deepened, and it didn't improve at all because of the friendly match. Being randomly selected by the other party, the danger was still great. Who knew which student the other party would choose? It would still be a tough battle, and it would be very difficult to fight. Below them, the group of people from Team 1 was still languid and listless as before. The young disciples inside looked eager to give it a try. Just like what Department head Ding had said, one was at the peak of the Dan Essence realm, one was at the peak of the nascent Soul Transformation realm, and one was at the peak of the Cloud Transformation realm. Among the 3 teams, the one that was the most confused and didn't know what to do was Team 1. They really didn't know anything. Their original intention was to spar with the younger generation, to test and teach them. Moreover, they didn't have any big shots accompanying them. The higher-ups only sent a few leaders. Other than that, they didn't know anything about the so-called secret. To be honest, the previous 10 battles weren't just a nightmare for the people from Hidden Dragon High School. The people from Team 1 were also in a state of shock and panic. So the competition in the Astral Souls continent was actually this cruel? People would die as long as there was a competition? Wow, delicious chicken. It was only after the king of Zhongyin left that the leader of Team 1 realized in hindsight, oh, there seems to be something else going on here. But what was it? Wu sha sha, don't slaughter sheep. The people from Team 2 were natives of the Astral Souls continent. There was no need to mention that they had other goals. When they heard that the second round was about to begin, they immediately became 100 times more spirited. They were at least more serious than the previous 10 battles. The 3 leaders were fighting for a spot. When it's that kid's turn, let me go. You must let me go. Get lost, I'll go. You two don't have to go. I'm his senior sister-in-law. It's reasonable for me to go. Why should you go? Why should you? The 3 leaders, 2 men and 1 woman, were eyeing each other covetously. They almost wanted to fight their own people first. His eyes were filled with great interest. This kind of tiger pretending to be a pig to eat a puppy was really interesting. As for Team 5, their goal was even simpler. They chose 2 disciples to prepare for the nascent soul and cloud transformation competitions. As for the rest, it was a competition between the 3 team leaders. I'll go. You can't. You'll ruin everything. Let me do it. Brothers, I've been holding back for so many years. Let me do it once. Let me feel good. Everyone was very interested in the drama of a tiger pretending to be a pig and eating a puppy, and their interest was exceptionally high. Zhuo Duo inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but shiver as he muttered, "Swollen, I feel. Why do I feel like something is wrong today? Didn't King of Zhongyuan leave? It's time to return to normal mode. Why are there still such abnormalities? It was an inexplicable feeling of guilt and cowardice that came from an unknown source. Duo this was his first time experiencing something like this ever since he had stepped into the Tao. He felt like a pink puppy with only baby teeth that was suddenly surrounded by a group of adult tigers. Although the tigers wouldn't really eat him, everyone wanted to toy with him and trample on him. It was true that naturally, this feeling was extremely terrible. Something is indeed wrong. Li Chenglong's mind was spinning quickly. He said, the truth of the previous 10 battles was clear. They were all targeted at the king of Zhongyuan. Just now, the atmosphere on the stage was unprecedentedly tense. But then, the king of Zhongyuan suddenly left. This proves that this matter has come to an end. Duo nodded. You mean, the ultimate goal of the 3 great commanders is actually the king of Zhongyuan? Then, once the king of Zhongyuan left, the 3 great commanders' established goal has actually been achieved? Li Chenglong nodded affirmatively and said, that's right. From what I can see, the 3 commanders' attitudes have suddenly become much more relaxed. They even seem a bit bored. I think the 3 commanders should have nothing else to do. That's why they are like this. In other words, the segment that belongs to them has ended. I don't think so. Gao Qiao interrupted. Although the 3 great commanders' expressions are relaxed, there is a look of anticipation between their brows. There should be something else that is enough to attract their attention. It's just that this matter itself isn't very important. It's not essential to the 3 great commanders. But if there is something, the 3 great commanders would be happy to see it happen. But what exactly is it? This is very troublesome to think about. Li Chenglong touched his chin. The great commanders are most excited about military affairs. But for now, I really don't have a clue. I can't think of what it could be. The people who fought in the battle just now all belong to the second team. The implication is clearly, solving the internal problems of the astral souls continent has nothing to do with the other 2 continents. Of course, the other 2 teams won't be arranged to fight. Gao Qiao said, but there is another puzzle. If our guess is right, this is after all a family scandal. Why do the UMNO Alliance and the Tao League have to stand aside and become a laughing stock? She looked at Li Chenglong. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Li Chenglong couldn't help but feel annoyed. This little girl has shown her sincerity the last time. She's trying to test me again and again. Her intention can be said to be sinister. She's obviously hoping that I can't answer her question, so that she can answer it and show that she has a better foresight than me. She was so disgusting. So annoying. Li Chenglong said unhappily, "Are you stupid?" Letting them see this is to let them understand that the king of Zhongyuan's schemes have been exposed. He has been targeted. His power is gone. So, if you want to cause trouble, don't look for him. It's useless. If you force him, it'll only be in vain. This is a double solution. On the one hand, it will eliminate the possibility of these 2 parties colluding with the king of Zhongyuan. On the other hand, it will completely cut off the possibility of the king of Zhongyuan rising again. Think about it. If these 2 parties find the king of Zhongyuan and plot something together, there might be a big mess. Now that they know their target, it's just an internal problem. It'll be fine to deal with it quietly. If it really gets out of hand, it'll definitely be a scandal of the royal family. The consequences will be really unimaginable. You still have to ask such a simple question. Can't you figure it out? Gao Qiao curled her lips. Vice Squad Leader Li, you're really smart. I admire you. Li Chenglong snorted and did not say anything. Suddenly, Swollen Man felt a fragrance surround him. A voice that sounded like a smile moved closer to him, but there was a bone-chilling chill in it. You guys are having a good time chatting. Count me in too. Let's discuss it together. It was Xiang Bing who finally could not hold back and squeezed her way over. If she did not come over, this adulterous couple would not stop exchanging glances with each other. She was tall and definitely stood out among the women. She squeezed herself between Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao, without holding back. She sat down, stuck her butt out, and forcefully pushed Li Chenglong out. Li Chenglong only felt a great force pushing against him. Caught off guard, he was almost sent flying. He used all his strength to stand still, and he almost fell onto Zhuo Duo. He could not help but be dumbfounded. There are no more seats here, and you still want to squeeze over here. Don't you have eyes? Also, you're practically using force, okay? Is there a need for that? But Xiang Bing's face was covered in frost, and Li Chenglong could not figure it out for a period of time. Who made her angry? What's going on? Begging for votes, recommendation, subscription. Also, while you're reading, please give your brothers and sisters' comments a like. Let us have a few experts as well. Chapter 676. Li Chenglong stood up angrily and sat on the other side, where Xiang Bing originally sat. He let out a long sigh of relief. He finally got rid of Gao Qiao, this annoying woman. He didn't know why this woman had so many questions. She was like a movie with 100,000 whys by his side. Gao Qiao's beautiful eyes looked at Li Chenglong, who left in a sorry state with a dumbfounded expression. She looked at Xiang Bing, who was smiling warmly at her but had a deep sense of wariness in her eyes. She could not help but laugh out loud. So that's how it is. So interesting. As expected, his real name was wrong, and his nickname was correct. He was indeed the leader of the Iron Cult. He was iron enough and straight enough. That guy who prided himself on being extremely smart actually didn't even notice such an obvious thing. This was really too interesting. Zhuo Duo, who was at the side, rolled his eyes and said slowly, Miss Qiao and Li Chenglong really talk about everything. You two are very congenial. I really envy how you two feel like old friends at first sight. Unlike others, you can live together for a lifetime and still feel like new. Xiang Bing's face became gloomier. Gao Qiao blinked and said knowingly, Vice Squad Leader Li is really a rare good man. Qiao is also very happy to have Vice Squad Leader Li as a confidant. When you have time, I'll invite Vice Squad Leader Li to my house. My mother heard me mention it a few times and has always been curious to meet him. This is a new student who is knowledgeable and is second only to Squad Leader Xiao Duo. What? Meet your mother? You want to meet her parents? Xiang Bing was furious. Xiang Bing said with a sour face, with Li Chenglong's IQ, this iron cult leader can only find a wife through an arranged marriage. Otherwise, he will probably be alone for the rest of his life. Gao Qiao's beautiful eyes moved and said, I don't think so. With Vice Squad Leader Li's insight and wisdom, how can an ordinary woman enter his eyes? It's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. It's best to not even consider an arranged marriage. With Vice Squad Leader Li's character, wisdom, and cultivation, he will definitely not be alone for the rest of his life. So what if he's an Iron Man? I admire this type of man the most. This type is great. At the very least, he won't be a playboy for the rest of his life. He's reliable. Xiang Bing said angrily, that's because your eyesight is bad. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and said, I think Class Monitor Zhuo is better than Li Chenglong in every aspect. Whether it's his intelligence or his straight personality, he's more suitable for Senior Gao than Li Chenglong. Senior Gao, why don't you consider it? Seeing that she couldn't win against Gao Qiao, this girl actually wanted to divert the trouble away. Gao Qiao smiled sweetly. Class Monitor Zhuo is naturally not a hero of the world, but he is really a high mountain that people look up to and difficult to get close to. People like Li Chenglong are the most approachable and congenial. Xiang Bing was furious and bared his teeth. This guy is lazy, greedy, ugly, short, wretched, and afraid of death. He's also an idiot who doesn't understand romance. His brain is like a block of wood. I can't believe someone likes him. A meaningful smile appeared on Gao Qiao's lips. How do you know it's not because someone else has bad eyesight and can't see the gold hidden in the sand? But this is also good, we don't have to worry about people snatching it. Xiang Bing's lungs were about to explode from Gao Qiao's words, but she couldn't do anything. She could only say angrily, what's wrong with these leaders? If they want to compete, then let's compete. Why are they dragging it out? How did they become such high-ranking officials? She had nowhere to vent her frustration, so she actually vented her anger on the marshals. Gao Qiao tactfully shut her mouth and didn't say anything. Zhou Xiaoduo saw that the fire was already burning and wisely didn't say anything. Xiang Bing was even more furious. What's the meaning of all of you not saying anything? Is it because I'm here? If you think I'm annoying, then I'll leave. Li Chenglong stretched his head over and said, "Please lower your voice. The leaders are still discussing. Why are you in such a hurry? It's such a big scene. Can't you calm down and be more reserved?" Xiang Bing finally found a target to vent her anger. She said angrily, "Who's talking to you? Scumbag." Li Chenglong was immediately dumbfounded. Scumbag? Was she talking about him? He never thought that he would be associated with this word one day. But even if he wanted to be scumbag, there was no one to be scumbag. Who was he scumbag? However, he couldn't refute this question. He shrunk his neck and didn't say anything. Xiang Bing was even more furious. She said angrily, "Why aren't you saying anything? Scumbag." Her anger was completely burning. She had been holding it in for almost an entire day. At this moment, it was out of control. It was like a huge oil barrel that was already on fire. The fire was very big. It was about to explode. Li Chenglong saw that Xiang Bing wanted a yard after taking an inch and finally couldn't help but retort, "I can see that you're going to fight whoever you can get your hands on. Don't be crazy with me. Who's the scumbag? Don't talk nonsense." Xiang Bing was burning with anger. "Scumbag! Scumbag! Scumbag! I'll say that you're a scumbag." Li Chenglong was even angrier. He retorted, "That's enough. Who am I, scumbag? Scumbag you?" This sentence instantly ignited the barrel of gunpowder. It exploded. "You actually want to scumbag me?" Xiang Bing screamed and pounced over. She grabbed Li Chenglong and gave him a beating. Suddenly, the chairs fell. The scene was chaotic. Many students jumped up and ran to the side. Li Chenglong never thought that Xiang Bing would suddenly go crazy at this time. She actually dared to hit him in such a serious situation. She was so unscrupulous and didn't care about anything. Without any preparation, he was thrown to the ground by Xiang Bing. What followed was a barrage of punches that came like a storm. Li Chenglong was still worried about the consequences and didn't dare to fight back. In an instant, he was punched and kicked countless times. His shoulder was even bitten by Xiang Bing. He was in so much pain that he hissed and cried, "Let go! Let go! Hiss! Let go!" Xiang Bing finally took advantage of him. How could she let go? She bit him hard and didn't let go. Her tears fell down drop by drop. She had been holding it in for the entire match. Since the start of the competition, Gao Qiao had come over. Throughout the whole process, Xiang Bing did not even look at the 10 matches. She had been listening attentively, listening to the movements on this side. The corners of her eyes were like soldering iron. She saw the two of them talking in full swing. Occasionally, they even used telepathy. Obviously, they didn't want others to hear them, but then, she looked at the ambiguous smile on their faces. "You guys must be discussing something shameful." It wasn't easy for Xiang Bing to hold it in for so long. She suppressed her anger again and again. Now that they had started fighting, she might as well vent her anger. She beat Li Chenglong until his head was full of bumps. She didn't want to stop. Li Chenglong had been thinking about the big picture. He had been holding it in. However, Xiang Bing didn't want to stop. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He said angrily, "You are so unreasonable. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Immediately, he exerted his strength and flipped over. Then he pressed Xiang Bing down with ease. With a dong sound, her head hit the hard floor. His large fist was about to smash down. "You're looking for a beating." Just as he was about to punch her, he saw that Xiang Bing's eyes were full of tears. He was stunned. He stopped and asked, "You hit me. Why are you crying?" "I'm not crying." "Scumbag." Xiang Bing straightened her back like a mad tiger. She bit Li Chenglong's left cheek again. Her mouth was moaning. She didn't let go. Li Chenglong shouted, "Pull her away. This woman is crazy." At this moment, when Xingqian was so angry that his face turned purple. In such a serious occasion, his class, which was full of elites, actually had such a thing happen. Even the few marshals on the stage looked over in surprise. Team 1, Team 2, and Team 5 all turned their heads to watch with great interest, their eyes full of excitement. Clearly, in the eyes of these people, they were already imagining dozens of episodes of a school love story in an instant. Zuoxiao Duo. When Xingtian said angrily, "What are you waiting for?" Zuoxiao Duo was laughing at his misfortune. He was confused when he heard that. What did I do? If you didn't instigate, would they have fought? When Xingtian saw everything, seeing that this guy was still pretending to be confused, he wanted to slap him. As the class monitor, you didn't stop it immediately. Instead, you added fuel to the fire. What are you looking at? Hurry up and pull them away. Do you think I don't teach you enough? Ahem. Zuoxiao Duo defended himself. I didn't instigate anything. I just wanted to accuse them. At the same time, he and Xiang Chong moved to separate the two. Li Chenglong, who was beaten up, was covered in dirt and looked confused. He didn't know why he was suddenly beaten up. Xiang Bing, who was beating him up, cried silently, as if she had been wronged when Xingtian looked at Li Chenglong with disappointment and said angrily, "Hurry up and pacify her." Li Chenglong cried out in grievance. "Teacher Wen, you can't judge a person. I'm the one who was beaten up. What happened to equality between men and women?" When Xingtian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "Fuck, you're the leader of the Iron God sect. I didn't call you wrong at all. Since such a long time ago, who in class 1 didn't know that Xiang Bing was interested in Li Chenglong? Even when Xingtian saw it and understood everything, however, Li Chenglong was the only one who didn't feel anything even though his body was as tough as steel. He greeted Xiang Bing's face with his fists every day during this period of time, when Xingtian had been watching Zuoxiao Duo, this bad egg, constantly instigate things. Today, he said that Yu Yen, seemed to like Li Chenglong. Now that both of them were not around, they probably went on a date. Then, Xiang Bing went to fight with Li Chenglong. Tomorrow, he instigated that Zhen Piapiao looked at Li Chenglong strangely and showed signs of falling in love. Then, Xiang Bing rushed to fight with Li Chenglong. Then, Zuoxiao Duo secretly hid at the side and watched the show, jumping with joy that when Xingtian already had a headache over this bad behavior. A cheap bitch, a silly bitch, and a silly girl who loved to say things in her heart. That why did I teach such a group of students? Not only Zuoxiao Duo, but even Meng Zhongjun and the others were well aware of this matter. However, each of them held back and didn't tell Li Chenglong about it. Every time Xiang Bing went to fight with Li Chenglong with a heart full of depression, everyone would just follow behind and watch the fun. At once, the two of them fought in class. As a result, everyone in the class, both men and women, quietly crowded at the window and peeked to what kind of a group was this. Chapter 677. The students of Class 1 had been infected with Zuoxiaoduo's despicable temperament. Every one of them took pleasure in other people's misfortune and enjoyed watching a good show, especially after every time Li Chenglong was beaten up, he would have a depressed and confused look on his face. It was simply the source of joy for the entire class during this period of time. Although when Xingtian wanted to laugh every time he saw Li Chenglong's confused face, he had also secretly joined in the fun many times, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. But at what time was it now? The top officials of the continent were all watching. Go and comfort her. When Xingtian glared at Li Chenglong, Li Chenglong's mind was filled with wisdom. He walked in front of Xiang Bing, feeling wronged. Don't cry. Xiang Bing turned around and ignored him, continuing to cry. I'll beat you to death if you cry again, Li Chenglong coaxed. Everyone almost fainted. They had never heard of coaxing someone like this before. Xiang Bing stopped crying immediately. She raised her head fiercely and bared her teeth. Don't you dare. Li Chenglong turned his head. I've coaxed her. Zuoxiao Duo fell on his chair and started twitching. When Xingtian's expression was also strange. He finally sighed and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to sit down. I'll give it to you. Everyone has their own fate. Let's leave it to the heavens and go with the flow. Over there. What's going on? Marshal Dongfang asked with interest, his eyes solemn. Just now, he had thought that it was a fight between students and did not pay much attention to it. He had only casually glanced over, but with this glance, he instantly felt that something was different. It was unusually different, because the luck over there was skyrocketing. It was so terrifying that it could even create a hole in the clear sky. Marshal Dongfang was one of the few qi-gazing experts in the world. He was almost the #1 person in the astral souls. With this glance, he was so shocked that he almost cried out. He had never seen such dense luck before. Who are these people? Compared to this enormous destiny, Xiao Junyi, who had lost her life, and the aura of the crown princess, who had almost achieved great things, were practically nothing. How could General Dongfang not be moved by such a shocking discovery? That was why he asked this question. It sounded very casual, but General Dongfang already had a plan in mind. On the stage, Yi Changqing and the others were drawing up a list of participants. Meanwhile, teams 1, 2, and 5 were also drawing up a list of participants. Hearing this, Yi Changqing did not understand Commander Dongfang's real intention at all. He coughed awkwardly and said, "This is just a quarrel between children. It has nothing to do with the general." Regarding this matter, Yi Changqing was naturally well aware. Xiang Quangren was the vice principal. He had already sighed in the office more than once, saying that his granddaughter had taken a fancy to a blockhead who would not understand even if he was beaten to death. It was really unfortunate for the family, but there was nothing he could do about it. However, every time he said this, Yi Changqing and the others clearly saw that the old man's face was full of pride. This old man was simply showing off that his granddaughter was already taken and that she had a good match. Therefore, as time passed, Yi Changqing and the others were known by everyone. Moreover, the reason was basically because of Zhou Xiaoduo's instigation. Everyone was well aware of this. They all felt powerless to complain in their hearts. With Zhou Xiaoduo, this little bitch, causing trouble in the school every day, there would be chaos every day. However, to be honest, the Hidden Dragon High School had not been as lively as this year for a very, very long time. The frequency of people fighting over tables every day was at least 100 times more than in previous years. There were people breaking arms and legs basically every day. However, one thing was undeniable. Although the atmosphere was foul, when it came to the individual strength of the entire school students, it was as if they were being whipped by a whip, and their progress was very fast. It had far exceeded the progress of the same period in previous years, and it was even several times more. Such a change spurred the senior students to train as if their lives were at stake. The Zhou Xiaoduo defeated the 4th grade Class 1, and even defeated the entire Hidden Dragon High School. Wouldn't everyone be embarrassed to the extreme? Now that Commander Dongfang asked, Yi Changqing could only play dumb and hope that he could fool him. Commander Dongfang was obviously not satisfied with Yi Changqing's answer. He asked, "What's the name of that student?" Yi Changqing coughed and said, "That girl is Vice Principal Xiang's great-granddaughter, Xiang Bing." Now, Commander Dongfang, Commander Shimin, and Commander Beigong were all interested. Of course, they were not interested in Xiang Bing. The three of them were smart people, and they all understood what Yi Changqing was implying. It seemed like he did not want to say the boy's name. Why was he not saying it? The three commanders were not only smart people, but also experienced in the martial arts world. How could they be fooled by Yi Changqing? Commander Shimin and Commander Beigong were even more cunning. They remembered that Dongfang Xingyang was an expert in aura observation, and now he was specifically asking about that matter. This old man must have found something unusual that now, with Yi Changqing's hesitation, the two of them were even more certain. Hence, Commander Shimin continued to ask, "What about that boy? What's his name?" Cough cough, that boy, his name is Li Chenglong. Yi Changqing braced himself. He did not forget that because of this generation's military advisor, the commanders in front of him had all called him before he wanted to fool them, but in the end he was still interrogated. Hearing this name, Commander Dongfang's heart was filled with hatred. Why did I ask just now? Why couldn't I ask him alone later? Look at Ximen Lai and Beigong Hao, these two old men's eyes are as bright as light bulbs. Beigong Hao's eyes widened. That's the freshman who was praised by the generation's military advisor? Ximen Lai nodded as well. No wonder there are beauties fighting for him. He is indeed a dragon among men. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. At the same time, they looked at Commander Dongfang, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. This old man, he wanted to take everything for himself. Are you crazy, old man? At this moment, Department Head Lee, who was standing on the stage, spoke again. The new battle list for the Hidden Dragon High School has been drawn up. Now, it will be a battle between students of the Inner Core Realm. And the rules of the competition are? Head Ding cleared his throat. In the arena, don't go too far. Victory or defeat is decided by a smile. Friendship comes first. Cough, cough, cough. On and off the stage, the sound of coughing could be heard, rising and falling in an endless stream, lasting for a long time. Head Ding stood on the stage and couldn't help but blush. Luckily, after so many years of being an official, his skin had become as thick as a city wall. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold it in. Just now, he said, fighting in the arena is the same as fighting on the battlefield. Weapons have no eyes, life and death is your own responsibility. Now it had become, victory or defeat is decided by a smile. Friendship comes first. This turn was a little too big. The Hidden Dragon High School students on the field also widened their eyes. They had truly witnessed the shamelessness of these old foxes. So, it was really like this. Words were just 2 layers of skin. How one said it depended on how thick one's skin was. If one's skin was thick enough, then they could say whatever they wanted without changing their expression. Hidden Dragon High School, Origin Core State. 3 students participating, Zhua Xiao Duo, Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong. Below the stage. Team 2, Team 5, Mimi. I'm at the Origin Core State. I'm also at the Origin Core State. I'm at the Origin Core State. My battle strength is the weakest. Don't fight. I'm a true Origin Core State cultivator. On the stage, the 3 commanders and a department head who knew the identities of these fellows were speechless. What was wrong with these fellows? Why were they so enthusiastic? Was a mere Origin Core State cultivator's battle worthy of their interest? Any one of them could defeat a Hidden Dragon High School student with just a breath of air. They were actually interested in a battle of this level. Is he crazy? The results of the draw. Team 1, Bu Yunxiao. Team 2, Yu Xiaoyu. Team 5, Bing Xiaobing. Department Head Ding's voice suddenly became strange. He almost lost control of himself. He knew the identities of these people. When he read out their names, he had an inexplicable urge to bang his head against the wall. What kind of disgusting taste was this? That Bu Yunxiao of the first team was a true peak Origin Core State cultivator. Team 2's Yu Xiaoyu and Team 5's Bing Xiaobing. The 2 of you were too much of a bully. To disguise yourselves and fight with an Origin Core State cultivator. If you're so capable, why don't you ascend to the heavens? Department Head Ding felt that he really couldn't watch anymore. However, there was still a draw for the opponents, and Department Head Ding had to preside over it. 3 names against 3 names. Department Head Ding was in charge of drawing the lots. Just as he stretched out his hand, he saw the 6 lots move for some reason. Then, with a slight explosion, the 6 lots turned into powder. Department Head Ding stood there in a daze. His face was slightly pale. With his cultivation, he naturally knew what was going on, so his first reaction was to turn around and leave. What exactly did you guys want? Just a little more and I would have been torn apart. Below the stage, Yu Xiaoyu and Bing Xiaobing looked at each other with killing intent. Both of them wanted to draw a certain person. Just now, they had already secretly exchanged blows. Even though they had tried their best to control themselves, both of them had used all their strength. The lots that bore the brunt of their attacks were instantly destroyed, and Department Head Ding was almost torn apart. No one is allowed to attack. Yu Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and transmitted her voice. You cheated first. Bing Xiaobing said. How did you guys know? Yu Xiaoyu said. Why do you care? Bing Xiaobing said. If you draw a lot, you have to have some points. Yu Xiaoyu said. I know better than you. Bing Xiaobing said. Yu Xiaoyu snorted. She was still a little worried. How did the Alliance find out? On our side, only the couple in front of us, Nanjing Qian, Wu Taijiang, myself, and my father know about it. In total, there are only 6 people who know about it. Even Dong Feng and the others don't know the truth. But this Bing Xiaobing and the other 2 seem to know too? Then who was the one who leaked the news? Yu Xiaoyu's heart was in turmoil. Chapter 678. On the other side. A telepathic message came. What's going on? They seem to know too? How did they know? Yudong Tian, can't you be more reliable? How can you tell such a secret to everyone? The king of Zhuolu was anxious. If his identity was exposed, who would be able to bear the consequences if something happened? Yu Xiaoyu said, how would I know? Anyway, it wasn't me who said it. Maybe it was Nanjing Qian. Yes, it should be Nanjing Qian. When will you change your bad habit of pushing the blame? The king of Zhuolu was so angry that he couldn't speak clearly. This was too serious. If the 3 grand shamans of the Alliance knew, wouldn't that mean that all the higher-ups knew? All the higher-ups knew, but most of the higher-ups on his side didn't. How could he guarantee little brother's safety? What if something really happened that the king of Zhuolu didn't dare to think about it anymore? He sent a telepathic message to Yu Xiaoyu. Investigate thoroughly. Yu Xiaoyu said, anyway, it was either Nanjing Qian or Wu Taijiang who spread the news. These 2 are the only suspects. Of course, it could also be you. Maybe you coveted uncle's was assets. Fuck you. The king of Zhuolu exploded. There were only a few people who knew about it. Other than you, everyone else was a suspect? You were the only one who was innocent? Also, not only did you try to push the blame, you even tried to slander others. A dog's bite was really deep. 6 new lots were made. Department head Ding was trembling with fear when he drew the lots. He was sweating profusely. As the saying went, the more you knew, the more inferior you felt. Minister Ding knew what happened when he drew the lots. He didn't know what had happened to those 2 people. They suddenly exploded with power right in front of him. Others might not know how powerful this technique was, but Minister Ding was well aware of it. At that moment, even space had been shattered in front of him. Fuck you. Just a tiny bit more, and I would have been smashed into smithereens. Now you want me to draw the lots again. You're not the ones who are going to be crushed, are you? Department head Ding tried his best to stop his legs from trembling. He mustered his courage and stretched out his hand to pull. There's no movement. The fact that there was no movement was a blessing. It was a blessing from heaven. Department head Ding quietly wiped his sweat and said, the drawing of lots for the first battle has been completed. First battle, Li Chenglong against Bu Yunxiao. Li Chenglong stood up. Zhuo Duo patted him on the shoulder. Remember, Li Chenglong swept away his previous gloomy look and became confident. I remember. He rubbed his face and walked out. Behind him, Xiang Bing said nervously, Li Chenglong, you have to be careful. Li Chenglong turned around, and there was a clear bite mark on the left side of his face. He grinned. I won't lose. Then he walked out. His martial arts suit was whiter than snow, and his long sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He was like an immortal. As he walked out, Li Chenglong's temperament became more and more restrained with every step he took. When he reached the arena, he had completely changed into a refined and gentle gentleman. Swollen had gone through a lot of tempering and cultivation. His image was no longer as swollen as before. At most, he would only have the appearance of swollen after sparring with Zhuo Duo. The rest of his life was mediocre and there was no way for him to be swollen. The current Li Chenglong had a fair complexion and bright eyes. Although he couldn't be considered very handsome, his entire body exuded a calm aura. The first impression that people had of him was that he was gentle, elegant, graceful, and had a card up his sleeve. There was a phrase that could describe the current Li Chenglong, modest gentleman, gentle as jade. Of course, If there was no bite mark on his face. Cough, that would be even better. On the opposite side, Li Chenglong's opponent, Bu Yunxiao, was already standing on the arena. As a true junior, although Bu Yunxiao was usually very arrogant and looked down on others, he did not dare to be impudent right now. Li Chenglong's body floated up. His entire person was like a gust of wind as he floated onto the arena. First he bowed to the three commanders, then he bowed to Minister Ding. His movements were very smooth, and there was an indescribable calmness. There was also an indescribable gentleness and gentleness. I am Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong bowed to his opponent and smiled. Brother Bu, it is an honor to meet you today. Bu Yunxiao was taken aback. Hello. It was the first time that Bu Yunxiao had met someone who was full of classical Chinese. For Bu Yunxiao, he was not used to it. But the other person's smile was very friendly. There was a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. Brother Bu has come from afar. The journey is dusty, the mountains are thousands of miles, and there are many dangers. Li Chenglong slowly said, now that you have come to Hidden Dragon, I have not yet done my duty as a host, and there will be a battle. Brother Bu, how about you rest for a while? His voice was slow, like a lullaby. Although he had deepened his cultured and refined, scholarly general's temperament, it still made everyone frown when they heard him. Was this little brat crazy? Why was he speaking so eloquently on the arena? Bu Yunxiao gave a dry laugh and said, no need. Since you and I are destined to fight, why don't we end it early? He had been influenced by Li Chenglong and had unknowingly become more refined. Moreover, he was very careful with his words. Li Chenglong gave a gentle smile. The teeth mark on the left side of his face trembled. He said elegantly, since it is like this. Brother Bu, please show me your heroic bearing. Let little brother admire Brother Bu's great skills. Bu Yunxiao looked at the teeth mark on the other's face. He could not help but tremble his left face. He said, please. Li Chenglong said elegantly, Brother Bu, what weapon do you use? Bu Yunxiao was taken aback. I use a sword. Li Chenglong said, what a coincidence. Little brother also uses a sword. Finished speaking. Li Chenglong turned his wrist. With a clang, the sealed dragon sword came out of its sheath. A cold light flashed. This was Li Chenglong's first battle after obtaining the sealed dragon sword. Li Chenglong looked at the sword as if he was looking at his dream lover. He gently stroked it and gently said, Brother Bu, this sword of mine is 3 feet and 3 inches long. It is made from the cold iron of the bottom of the sea, the soul of a meteorite, and the soul of a star's steel. This sword is called the sealed dragon sword. It weighs 17 pounds and can cut through iron like mud. It can be said to be one of the best weapons in the world. Bu Yunxiao's heart became more and more confused. Could it be that when coming to the Hidden Dragon High Martial Competition, one had to follow these rules? But right now, he was in someone else's territory. Even if he boasted that he was a dragon that crossed the river, he still had to give way to the local snake. While thinking, he drew his sword out of its scabbard and held it horizontally. He imitated Li Chenglong and said, Brother Li, the sword in my hand is 1 meter long. It's made from. The name of the sword is Starlight. It weighs 13.5 pounds. It can cut gold and jade. It's also one of the sharpest weapons in the world. It's rare. Li Chenglong's face was filled with sincere appreciation. Good sword. Bu Yunxiao could only follow and said with a serious face, It is a good sword. Below the stage. Countless students were confused. Even the leaders of the first, second, and fifth teams did not know what was going on. What the hell, was this brat singing on stage? How could it be so awkward? Goosebumps were rising all over his body. The difference in reaction was that the leader of the first team sighed. The commander of the 3 armies on stage showed a look of appreciation. This Li Chenglong is really sinister. As soon as he came up, he spoke softly and brought Bu Yunxiao into his own rhythm. Moreover, he came prepared. He accumulated his own aura to gain the upper hand. Bu Yunxiao obviously did not have this kind of preparation. Subconsciously, he was led by Li Chenglong. His heart is impetuous, and his expression is overflowing. He is indeed sinister and scheming. No wonder he is the military advisor of a generation. Not bad, not bad. This brat is really sinister. Little sinister bastard. Li Chenglong definitely would not have thought that the method he used to create his own appearance was to carry out the established plan. He wanted to create a gentle and elegant image. The result was that the military advisor of a generation had already been memorized by the three commanders. They judged this natural performance as a premeditated, sinister move. It was really a pity. Please, please. Li Chenglong took the lead and retreated. He held his sword and saluted. Bu Yunxiao followed suit and saluted with his sword. Immediately, two cold lights soared into the sky. The two had already begun to fight. As soon as they made their move, it was an extreme confrontation. They used all their strength. In just a moment, no one could see the figures on the stage. Only two cold lights could be seen rolling on the stage, intertwining with each other. Seeing the confrontation continue, Xiang Bing held her breath. She nervously looked at the stage. But in her heart, she was regretting that she had quarreled with Li Chenglong. This time, her image that was originally not so good was ruined by herself. And Li Chenglong's image that was originally not so good was also ruined by herself. She did not know whether or not what had just happened would affect his state of mind. Would it affect his performance? Judgment? For a moment, her heart was in a mess. Zuoxiaoduo on the side did not add insult to injury. He comforted her. Don't worry, Li Chenglong will definitely win. Xiang Bing opened her eyes wide, saying, Really? Yes, it's true. Zuoxiaoduo sighed. When Swollen wins, there will definitely be more girls who like him. Last night, Li Chenglong was still discussing with me who was more good-looking. Sigh, he even said that he was the Iron Order's leader. Who doesn't know how fickle his heart is? Xiang Bing bit her plump lips and looked at Zuoxiaoduo with hatred. Sigh, we should really discipline him. Li Chenglong is really too much. He probably knows more girls than I have ever seen. Zuoxiaoduo shook his head and sighed. When Xingtian flew over and forcefully twisted Zuoxiaoduo's ear. He lifted his body up by 2 centimeters and then put him down. Then he stared at him. Zuoxiaoduo was angry but did not dare to say anything. He quickly changed his tone, but Swollen is just a flirtatious mouth. His heart is very loyal. Last time, I dreamed that he was called Ice Egg. Xiang Bing's eyes lit up and her face turned red. Really? I heard it with my own ears. Zuoxiaoduo pretended to be serious. We live together, but we don't sleep on the same bed. Why would I lie to you? Xiang Bing blushed. I don't believe you. If you don't sleep together, how would you know what he said in his sleep? Chapter 679. Zuoxiaoduo was stunned. Sister, you are focusing on the wrong thing. Are you saying that we should sleep together? Zuoxiaoduo said, if you don't believe me, you can sleep with him tonight. You can go and see for yourself. Xiang Bingfei blushed and turned her head away, ignoring him. When Xingtian sighed as he listened. Bastard. I want to hit him. On the stage, the battle between the two was getting more and more intense. Li Chenglong had clashed with Bu Yunxiao's sword for more than 10 times. How could he not understand that Bu Yunxiao's foundation was really deep? It was actually on par with his. Judging from his swollen body, Bu Yunxiao was at the inner core level. He was at least a top genius who had suppressed his power 8 or even 9 times. What's more, he was an extreme genius who had suppressed his power 8 times before. Other than having a deep foundation and a high level of cultivation, he also had a lot of experience in fighting. His ability to predict changes in a battle was outstanding. He could be called the best of the best. Li Chenglong knew that he had met a strong opponent, so he could not help but concentrate on fighting. In this battle, both sides were evenly matched in the truest sense. Bu Yunxiao's sword style was grand and majestic, just like a teacher. There was no treachery, only a righteous aura. Li Chenglong was also fighting steadily. The current rhythm was probably in line with the plan he had originally set up. In terms of the battle situation, Li Chenglong had 40% of his offensive power and 60% of his defensive power. His defense was impenetrable. Bu Yunxiao, on the other hand, had used 60% of his offensive power. His attacks were like the Yangtze River or the pouring rain, continuous and unending, each wave higher than the last. The teachers of Hidden Dragon High School, including the principal and the vice principal, were all sweating. Fortunately, Li Chenglong had gone up and not Xiang Chong. If Xiang Chong had gone up, he would have been defeated. When Xingtian Yichangqing and the others knew how deep Li Chenglong's foundation was. To put it bluntly, although Li Chenglong was only at the peak of the inner core level, his real combat power was not inferior to the middle level of the nascent soul level, or even the high level of the nascent soul level. After a long time, when he got used to the opponent's level suppression, there was a possibility of him winning. But the opponent, a random teenager from the first team, was actually able to fight so fiercely with Li Chenglong. He even maintained a relatively strong offensive power, which was rare. There are so many geniuses in the world. Could it be that a great era is coming and talents will appear in large numbers? Yi Changqing sighed in his heart. He didn't know that although Hidden Dragon High School was extremely surprised, the first team, which was the Dao League, was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. This Hidden Dragon High School student was actually so awesome? Bu Yunxiao, the teenager representing the Dao League this time, was not casually sent out. This kid was very talented, and his luck was very strong. He had a lot of fortuitous encounters. For example, he was accidentally looking for herbs and fell into the cave of a Demon King-level star beast. The star beast just happened to be out looking for food, and he actually came back safely. He even brought back the treasure that the star beast hid in the cave. Just this one incident alone was enough to show how extraordinary he was. How strong was his luck? What kind of fortuitous encounter? And indeed, this was not the only fortuitous encounter he had. Bu Yunxiao's elders once commented on this kid, saying, "This kid, if placed in a novel, this kind of encounter would definitely be the main character's template, the main character's treatment. This was simply the heaven and earth's favor and nature's favor." You say, a person with such an outstanding appearance, with so many fortuitous encounters, could always turn misfortune into fortune. If he wasn't the main character, then what was he? Think about his name, Bu Yunxiao. It was full of artistic conception, temperament, depth, and height, and it was also full of style. This was the name of a main character. It was not inferior to Long Outyan, Zhao Ridi, and so on. It was even more imposing and more humane. Although Bu Yunxiao looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old, he was actually 22 years old. His combat power was based on the physique of a near-perfect astral souls, and he had many fortuitous encounters. He had also been cleansed by the elders of his sect, and he had been trained in many ways. At least in the sect he came from, he could be said to be invincible in the same level. There were also many nascent soul cultivators who had been defeated by him. He had even tied with several transformation cloud cultivators. No matter how one looked at it, he was the peerless genius of the Dao League's younger generation. This time, for the competition of the inner core realm, the leader of the Dao League did not even think about it and directly sent him out. Naturally, he wanted to win this round cleanly, so as not to ruin the prestige of the Dao League. In the heart of the leader of the Dao League, this round would be won in about 10 moves. Before the battle, he had even sent a message. In order to save the opponent's face, he could let the opponent withstand a few more moves. But who would have thought that a student representative casually sent out by the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School could actually fight with Bu Yunxiao until now, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. What made the leader of the Dao League even more shocked was that there seemed to be a funny bite mark on the kid's face. Did this mean something? Someone was fiercer than him? He actually bit him. Up until now, almost 100 moves had passed, but the opponent was still as vigorous as a dragon and ferocious as a tiger, calm and even a little graceful. This was simply like seeing a ghost. What the leader of the Dao League was worried about now was whether Bu Yunxiao had the possibility of being defeated. As long as he thought of the opponent, Li Chenglong, before the start of the battle, all kinds of etiquettes, and the way he led Bu Yunxiao by the nose, the leader of the Dao League faintly felt that something was wrong. Could it be that everything was within the kid's calculations and plans? Could it be that this kid was actually a rare talent in military strategy? How could there be such an all-rounder in the world? At the end of the battle, the sword chi began to fly out with a whoosh. This battle was really not short. Up until now, both of them had used up a lot of their physical strength and energy, and they were gradually unable to control their sword chi from leaking out. At this moment, everyone present was silent, including Commander Dongfang, Commander Shimin, and even the leaders of the 2nd and 5th teams. Those powerful people in disguise all looked serious and were especially concerned about this battle. Originally, how could a battle of the primordial core level enter their eyes? But now, the two people in the battle had already surpassed the level of the primordial core level, and they had surpassed it by too much. The most important thing was that these two people were really young, which showed that they were peerless geniuses. And the current situation where the sword chi tore the space, where the sword chi went, the space faintly split, showed that the power of each sword was about to reach the level of the sword chi of the cloud transformation level. Peerless geniuses. Two peerless geniuses. Such peerless geniuses, no matter which one of them was lost, their forces would be heartbroken for a long time. Quite a good seedling. The red-haired man's eyes flickered. Indeed, not bad. Yu Xiaoyu's eyes focused. As for Commander Dongfang and the others, they were even more unable to take their eyes off him. They never thought that Li Chenglong, who was praised as a military strategist, actually had the potential to be a peerless expert. This was really a big surprise. Really good. This Li Chenglong is ours for sure. Commander Shimin murmured. As expected of the future military strategist of the Northern Army, Commander Bai Gonghao's eyes shone. Commander Dongfang smiled faintly and glanced at the two commanders from the corner of his eyes. Two dummies. With your intellect, you want to compete with me? On the arena, the two sword lights collided and shook. They became more and more crisscrossed and became fiercer and fiercer. They were like two bolts of lightning that suddenly went to the east and then to the west at the same time. They suddenly rushed up to the sky at the same time and then suddenly fell down. The sword lights were bright and dazzling, like the lights of the Lantern Festival, extremely bright. However, sword chi flew out one after another with a long tail. Clearly, these two people's control had reached the limit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, that the frequency of the two swords clashing also gradually increased. Zhuoxiaoduo held the sunflower seeds in his hand and calmly ate them one by one. He was one of the few people present who was not worried about this battle. He knew Li Chenglong too well, to the point that even Li Chenglong did not know him as well as he did. That Li Chenglong had been controlling the rhythm from the beginning to the end, whether it was the words, the battle, or the confrontation. Until now, this fellow had not used his full strength, while his opponent was already using all his strength. Li Chenglong's most difficult phase was actually at the beginning. He, who had not fought against the Dao League's sword techniques, suddenly encountered the Dao League's most exquisite sword techniques, and it was difficult for him to deal with them. However, even though Li Chenglong was in a difficult situation, he still managed to stabilize himself, maintaining the strategy of using defense to attack, and using defense to wait for an opportunity. At this point, he had completely adapted to it. Although his opponent's attack seemed to be as strong as before, it would not last long. The first spurt of energy would weaken the second, and the third spurt of energy would be exhausted. His opponent's attack had already passed the spurt of energy stage, and was currently in a state of exhaustion. Once it reached the third spurt of energy, it would be Li Chenglong's time to counterattack. When Xingtian stood with his hands behind his back, with a smile on his face. How could this be? Li Chenglong had been under extreme pressure during this period of time. Whether he was fighting against himself or against Zhuoxiaoduo, he had always been suppressed, and it was a bitter battle. Li Chenglong could at least hold on for more than 10 minutes in such a bitter battle, and his opponent would definitely not be able to continue attacking for such a long time. Now that this guy was just waiting for the right time to ambush them. As expected, as the battle continued, Bu Yunxiao gradually became impatient. Suddenly, with a loud shout, he and his sword turned into a whirlwind. Rolling up from the ground, he soared into the sky. A magnificent sword mountain, sword light flew, like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Spinning, he rushed towards Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong smiled gently, "Good sword technique." Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and subscriptions. Let's comment and like each other. Huh. Chapter 680. Li Chenglong's body movement became even more agile, as if he was floating around like a willow catkin. The sword in his hand was straight as if there was no force at all. The opponent's sword attack was unprecedented, but Li Chenglong's sword was affected by the momentum and stuck to the opponent's sword, floating back and forth with the opponent's movement. Even the weight of his whole body was stuck to the opponent's sword, floating along with it. He calmly waited, waiting for Bu Yunxiao to exhaust himself, waiting for him to show a flaw. Even when Bu Yunxiao began to show a flaw, Li Chenglong ignored it, as if he did not see it. The opponent's breath was still stable, and the sword attack was not showing any signs of weakening. The so-called flaw was not a flaw, but a trap. Li Chenglong was tricked by his Wuxiao duo every day, so he was very familiar with this kind of obvious trap. He did not even look. As time went by, Bu Yunxiao finally could not help but become impatient. Since he was a child, he had always been successful. Even if he encountered any danger, he would turn it into a blessing. At least, he had never met an opponent of the same level that he could not defeat. Even if he faced a nascent soul, he could still win. Even if he faced Hua Yunxiao, he could still fight. He had never encountered this kind of situation before. After a bitter battle of over 1,000 moves, they were actually evenly matched. Moreover, the other party's calm attitude made Bu Yunxiao feel more and more unpleasant to the eye. "You are so calm? I will not let you be calm." The long sword danced faster and faster, and his body movement became faster and faster. The starlight sword suddenly began to emit a little starlight. Li Chenglong's swordsmanship also changed, and his body movement also changed. He became more cautious and careful. The original 40% attack and 60% defense suddenly became 90% defense and 1% attack. The original counterattack suddenly shrank, and the opponent's sword chi took advantage of the situation, like a storm, mixed with a little starlight that covered the sky, and drowned the space around Li Chenglong in one fell swoop. Looking from afar, Bu Yunxiao's sword light was like a huge bright ball of light, complete and round, emitting a dazzling brilliance, as if it had condensed into a substance. Xiang Bing exclaimed. Her eyes were filled with worry, and she seemed ready to make a move. It was obvious that the deaths of 10 people had left a shadow in Xiang Bing's heart. Her eyesight was limited, and she was worried and confused. It was impossible to distinguish the true strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Seeing that Li Chenglong was suddenly in danger, she actually wanted to help him. Even if Minister Ding had said before that only the winner and the loser would be determined, not the life and death, the current scene was too exciting, far more exciting than the previous 10 matches. How could Xiang Bing not have this thought? Zhuxiao Duo threw a pistachio into her mouth and said lazily, "Stop it and eat your pistachio. Swollen is getting more and more sinister." Xiang Bing subconsciously closed her mouth and crushed the pistachio with a crunch. Swollen was clearly waiting for an exhausted enemy, and wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. Sure enough, under the barrage of attacks, Li Chenglong did not move at all. He was like an ancient reef. No matter how the wind blew and the rain hit him, he was still as steady as a mountain. Bu Yunxiao let out a loud shout, and finally released the last breath of true yuan that he had never spat out under any circumstances. This kind of yuan qi was called life-saving true yuan. It was reserved for the last moment to escape. It was also called life yuan qi. But now, Bu Yunxiao had completely activated this last bit of yuan qi. Just for this victory. In a flash, Li Chenglong suddenly felt the pressure increase, almost to the point where he could not breathe. But in his heart, he was finally relieved. The opponent's trump card had been revealed. Bu Yunxiao used up the last bit of his yuan qi, and in one breath, he crazily attacked 300 times. The sound of the two swords clashing rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. With a long roar, Bu Yunxiao brazenly rushed into the sky, revealing his body. Then, with a loud bang, his long sword turned into a thunderbolt that fell from the sky. It crazily struck Li Chenglong's sword light that was protecting him. With a loud bang, waves of qi rolled out in all directions. This was the most intense and extreme collision. It was also Bu Yunxiao's decisive move, and he did not hold back at all. But in this attack, Li Chenglong also withstood it. After this collision, Bu Yunxiao's body used the momentum to bounce back and roll out. After such a long period of non-stop attacks, even if his yuan qi was as vast as the sea, it was extremely dense. But at this moment, it was almost depleted, and he needed to recover his qi. In Bu Yunxiao's view, after this round of fierce attacks, even if it was not enough to completely defeat the opponent, it was enough to make the opponent unable to stabilize his body. And at this time, it was the best time for him to recover his qi. But what Bu Yunxiao did not know was that Li Chenglong had to withstand this kind of pressure 300 to 500 times a day. For him, he had already gotten used to it. At least, he did not think it was strange. Bu Yunxiao's level of attack, for Li Chenglong, was not enough to be called pressure. With this collision, Bu Yunxiao rolled out, and his body quickly retreated, flying away. But on the other side, with a long roar, the sword light that came from Li Chenglong suddenly increased, and in the moment that Bu Yunxiao retreated, it turned into a shocking flying swan. The sword light condensed into a point and suddenly exploded in the air. Then the sword was like a dragon, and its momentum was unstoppable, unprecedentedly violent. Li Chenglong's sword fiercely chopped down on Bu Yunxiao's starlight sword. Bu Yunxiao was retreating, and he had no place to borrow strength. His dantian was empty, and he was in a state of near exhaustion. He was immediately pushed back 7 meters, and there was almost no gap between them. Li Chenglong once again arrived in front of him, and another sword. Dang dang dang. 7 consecutive wild chops, 7 consecutive chases. The unprecedented sound of explosions did not stop. The last sword fiercely chopped down. Li Chenglong withdrew his sword and retreated. On the other side, Bu Yunxiao had already rolled out 70 to 80 meters and fell far below the arena. Li Chenglong's last few attacks were increasingly powerful and had truly turned Bu Yunxiao into an empty shell. The remaining yuan in his dantian had also been destroyed. Of course, he did not have any strength left and could only helplessly fall to the ground. He could not reverse his qi and return to the arena before he fell to the ground. His defeat was set, and there was nothing he could do. Li Chenglong confirmed this point, and then withdrew his sword. The moment his feet touched the ground, he had lost this battle, and he was standing outside the arena. But the people with discerning eyes understood that this was only a spar, and not a battle of life and death. If it was a battle of life and death, then the 7 consecutive attacks would have been enough for Li Chenglong to poke thousands of holes in his body. If it was a battle of life and death, then the first sword of the 7 consecutive attacks would not have purposely targeted Bu Yunxiao's starlight sword. No matter if it was the throat, the heart, or the forehead, any of the vital points would have been fatal. The leader of the Dao League, Koff, the captain of the first team, was still in disbelief when Bu Yunxiao's feet touched the ground. He had lost just like that? Why wasn't there a great counterattack? Bu Yunxiao was the son of fate. Shouldn't there be an ultimate counterattack at the end of the road? Why was he so easily defeated? The first battle, Hidden Dragon High Marshal, Li Chenglong wins. Minister Ding solemnly announced. Although it was a fierce battle, Li Chenglong was still cultured and elegant. He held his sword and saluted, "Thank you for letting me win. I am Li Chenglong, a student of Hidden Dragon High Marshal, from Phoenix City's second high school." Yi Chongqing was shocked when he heard this. He suddenly remembered the information he had read. The old principal of Phoenix City's second high school, He Yuanyue, had said before she died, "Children, in the future, if you have any achievements, don't forget Phoenix City's second high school." Li Chenglong was reporting to his old principal. Bu Yunxiao stood there in a daze. The moment his feet touched the ground, he realized that he was already standing outside the arena. He had lost. On the other hand, Qin Shi was still standing towering on the combat arena, and he was still composed and composed. He was practically no different from when they just fought. He could not help but feel angry. He subconsciously said loudly, "Li Chenglong, are you the top student of Hidden Dragon High Martial?" If this Li Chenglong was the #1 genius of the Hidden Dragon clan, then even if he lost, he would still be able to accept it in his heart. After all, during the entire process of the competition, he had the upper hand more often. Li Chenglong smiled, "Brother Bu, you flatter me. With my insignificant skills, how can I be the top student?" Bu Yunxiao shouted, "I don't believe you." Li Chenglong said with a serious face, "It's true." Bu Yunxiao's expression was palpitating with fear. He looked at Li Chenglong's serious face. Could it be that he was not lying? The leader of the first team said, "Yunxiao, come back. You did not lose this battle unjustly. The opponent's cultivation is deep and his foundation is solid. He is also a rare genius." He sighed in his heart. If Bu Yunxiao had not been tricked and led by the nose, and fell into the opponent's rhythm, this battle might have been up, but then he smiled bitterly in his heart. The best result would have been to hold on for a few more minutes. Just by looking at the power of Li Chenglong's final counterattack, he knew that the opponent's foundation was not the least bit inferior to Bu Yunxiao's. It might even be better. And in terms of temperament, the opponent was much better than Bu Yunxiao's. No matter how you looked at it, the possibility of Bu Yunxiao winning this battle was not big. Bu Yunxiao was disappointed. He felt that the pride he had for a long time had completely disappeared at this moment. Li Chenglong's victory, the Hidden Dragon High School cheered like thunder. In the previous 10 battles, they had all lost miserably, and they were all killed on the spot. Even though most of the students had already realized that there must be some inside story that they did not know, but losing was still losing. It was an undeniable fact. Now, Li Chenglong had suppressed his opponent and won in one fell swoop. They could finally let go of the stuffiness in their hearts. The cheers at this moment were particularly enthusiastic. There was a subtle feeling of being oppressed for a long time and finally being the master. Li Chenglong laughed. His body floated up, his white robe fluttering. He flew in the air and headed towards the seats of the first class. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others who were opposite him could clearly see the clear teeth mark on the face of this pretentious guy. It was shining and eye-catching. Xiang Bing could not help but laugh. Then her face began to turn red. In the future, when fighting, she could not bite his face. Chapter 681. Then, it was time to draw lots for the second battle. Hidden Dragon Expert, Xiang Chong. Battle, Team 2, Yu Xiaoyu. Xiang Chong, who was tall and sturdy, excitedly carried the halberd on his shoulder and walked out of the crowd like an iron tower. He looked majestic and powerful, seeming to be even more powerful than Li Chenglong. Opposite, Yu Xiaoyu's interest was waning. Damn it. How did I end up with this guy? What the fuck, that I don't want to go up. The 3 captains of Team 5 shouted at the same time, Yu Xiaoyu, you go up. Damn it. Yu Xiaoyu stretched her long legs and said telepathically, You're Yu Xiaoyu, you go up. Behind her, someone said in shock, Boss, I'm Tai Xiaonyo. I just signed up as Tai Xiaonyo. Amidst the laughter of several people, Yu Xiaoyu stood up with a grimace and walked onto the stage with a miserable expression. I've lost a lot of face today. Today, he had lost so much face that it had reached a whole new level that I've lost a lot of face. On the other side, how could Xiang Chong know the true identity of the other party? With a schwat sound, the halberd in his hand danced, creating a beautiful flower. His voice was as loud as a bell. Hidden Dragon Marshal Xiang Chong. Please enlighten me. Come on. Yu Xiaoyu rushed up. This was really enlightening. Come on. Xiang Chong was awe-inspiring. Brandishing his overlord halberd, he looked like a lofty mountain. However, before he could use his overlord halberd, Yu Xiaoyu had already closed in on him in a daze. He didn't know what was going on, but he felt his body suddenly become light, and his burly body flew away like he was riding on clouds. His posture didn't change until he was standing a few dozen meters below the arena. He was still as imposing as before. However, the expression on his face had changed. He was completely dumbfounded. How did I get down? I'm not injured. Xiang Chong scratched his head and looked up at the arena. His heart was full of doubts and disbelief. Did I remember wrongly? I didn't go up? But the arena had already announced the result. Second battle, Team 2, Yu Xiaoyu wins. All the students were dumbfounded as they looked on in disbelief. How did they fight this battle? They didn't understand. Why did Xiang Chong suddenly come down? The fight just now was very exciting. Although the details of the fight could not be seen clearly, the general situation could still be seen clearly. However, how could this fight end just like that? In everyone's impression, they only saw Xiang Chong going up to the stage aggressively and issuing a challenge with a soaring fighting spirit. He stood on the stage with a majestic aura, and then stood below the stage with a majestic aura. What the fuck? That Yu Xiaoyu went back with a dark face. She received a hero's welcome from the captains of the 2nd and 5th captains. They all stood up and clapped their hands excitedly, cheering loudly. Ah, we won. Wow, awesome. Yu Xiaoyu's face turned even darker. She felt that her stomach was going to explode in the next moment. She said angrily, "Let's start the next battle. It's your turn." On the other side, Xiang Chong went back with his face covered in dust. This time, he had lost so inexplicably that even when Xingtian did not know what to make of it. The cultivation level that his opponent had displayed was only at the origin core realm. There was no doubt about this, but how could he have lost so inexplicably? Something is wrong. When Xingtian only had this thought, he was very confident in his student. Even if Xiang Chong had to fight against Zuoxiao Duo, it would be hard for him to avoid defeat, but he would not lose so quickly and in such an unbelievable manner. Also, when Xingtian didn't believe that in this world, there would be a cultivator at the same level as Zuoxiao Duo. On the other hand, Zuoxiao Duo's face was filled with caution. He couldn't understand the actions of Xiang Chong's opponent at all. He couldn't see his aura and couldn't see his fate. What the hell was this? So far, the only possibility that he couldn't see his fate was that his opponent's cultivation was too high. But how could a mere origin core realm cultivator do that? As for the fact that he couldn't detect any trace of it with his aura gaze, that was freaking unbelievable. There was actually someone who could hide his fate? Of course, there was always someone better. There were too many experts in this world. There were too many experts that surpassed Zuoxiao Duo's knowledge. The heaven, earth, sun, moon, and star realm cultivators were like that. But how would an existence at that level be so shameless as to pretend to be a junior and play around with Xiang Chong? This kind of thing was completely incomprehensible. It was beyond his knowledge. Zuoxiao Duo naturally didn't know that the other party's real purpose of hiding his identity was to beat him up. Not getting the chance to beat up Zuoxiao Duo made Yu Xiaoyu extremely depressed. How could she be in the mood to mess around with Xiang Chong? Naturally, she would end this battle as soon as possible. Third battle. Hidden Dragon High, Zuoxiao Duo. Team 5, Bing Xiaobing. Department head Ding rolled his eyes. Today, they were messing with the Xiao generation. Every one of them was a junior. The names of the contestants from the Hidden Dragon High Martial School were all high-end and impressive. Unfortunately, they had all lost their lives in the hands of the younger generation. Wait, do you think that the more outstanding the name, the less likely it is to win today? Take that Bu Yunxiao for example. He should have had a main character name. Didn't he also lose? And in this battle, the contestant from the Hidden Dragon High was Zuoxiao Duo. Two juniors actually bumped into each other. Who knew if it would be worth watching? Department head Ding sighed and looked towards the opposite side. This Bing Xiaobing. Don't you have a conscience for giving him such a name? Over there. Ha! With a long laugh, Bing Lil Bing stood up impatiently and walked towards the stage in a hurry. In a flash, he was standing on the stage. Obviously, he had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Marshal Dongfang and the other two did the same action. They used their fingers to rub their eyebrows. Damn it. I'm convinced. These old things are all shameless now. They really don't have a bottom line anymore. When Xingtian looked at Zuoxiao Duo, who had already stood up but was still standing at the same spot, his expression was extremely strange. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Go, why are you dawdling?" Zuoxiao Duo cried miserably, "Teacher Wen, can I admit defeat? This, I most likely can't win. I know in my heart. I'll be beaten up if I go up. Admit defeat." Hearing this reply, Wen Xingtian was furious. "I was counting on you to give me face. Admit defeat? What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Go quickly." Zuoxiao Duo stood up and walked out with a miserable face. "I'm dead this time. Damn it, why is there another thing like this? I can't see his aura, I can't see his face. I have experience. I can't beat this kind of existence no matter what." He remembered the strategy he discussed with Li Chenglong. Keep a low profile. Don't be reckless. Stay calm. Damn it. How can I be reckless? What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. Knowing that you can't win and will be beaten up, you still insist on going up. That's not bravery, it's not courageousness, it's stupidity, it's idiocy. Why can't you understand such a simple principle, Teacher Wen? No, I must make a note of this in my notebook. If I'm beaten up and have mental problems, I must ask for compensation from Teacher Wen. Zuoxiao Duo walked out slowly. On the stage, Bing Xiaobing laughed. Zuoxiao Duo, after so many rounds, only our names have a Xiao in them. We are quite fated. Bing Xiaobing was so excited. I've got him. Ha. Godson, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your godson. Zuoxiao Duo was speechless. I didn't want to be fated with an old monster like you who likes to pretend to be young. Whoever wants this fate can have it. I don't care about it. But now, whether he stuck his head out or retracted his head, he would still be stabbed. He might as well end it quickly. Zuoxiao Duo made up his mind. In a flash, he was already on the stage. After all, it's just a friendly match to Yi Chongqing, Lu Yichuan, Qin Gaiying, and the others looked at him with confidence and smiles on their faces. With this brat taking action, he would definitely be able to win this round cleanly. Below, in the second team, the young couple in white and the young man in green, the three of them secretly raised their cultivation. If this bastard dared to attack on the stage, the three of them would immediately attack. However, with the opponent's strength, killing Zuoxiao Duo was just a matter of thought. Would they be able to make it in time? On the stage, General Dongfang and the others had also received the message. They looked at each other and raised their cultivation, ready to fight. Fuck, the situation is on the verge of going out of control. With the three of us holding the line, the situation can still go out of control. What the fuck is this? Bing Xiaobing, is this your real name? Zuoxiao Duo was not in the mood to pretend to be gentle. He didn't know how miserable it would be later. He'd better lower his position and get off the stage later. But this guy in front of him, why does he feel that his cultivation is similar to mine? He even looks a little weak. There's no evidence that he's a super expert. But the moment Zuoxiao Duo looked at him, he felt from the bottom of his heart that this guy in front of him was like a huge mountain, an unshakable mountain. It was the kind of mountain that reached the ground and reached the sky. It was a magnificent mountain. Yes, I'm Bing Xiaobing and you're Zuoxiao Duo. Bing Xiaobing shrugged and said happily, I've heard that there's a Zuoxiao Duo in the Hidden Dragon High School. He's handsome, good-tempered, kind, smart, polite, and has amazing talent. His cultivation is also good. I've always wanted to get to know you. Today, I finally get to meet you. Zuoxiao Duo was delighted by the praise. You're flattering me. You really live up to your reputation. Bing Xiaobing said kindly, you're really talented. I like you very much. I'm very happy. Ha! A string of laughter. He was really happy. Zuoxiao Duo returned the favor and praised, Xiaobing, you're also very good. You're handsome, but your body is a little thin. Remember to eat more meat in the future. You're too thin just like a girl. It'll be difficult to find a wife in the future. People will think that your kidneys are weak. Bing Xiaobing was speechless. I've been praising you for so long, and this is all you give me. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.